is known in underground casinos as Big A, essentially a variant of a popular game called Hua or three-card poker. Each player holds 3 concealed cards, raises the stakes, and ultimately compares their hands. How intriguing! Shall we have a display of bravado? The young man with yellow hair, intrigued, reconfirmed his hand, having drawn a straight flush in hearts. The probability of obtaining such a hand is exceedingly low. It is nearly a guaranteed win. Moreover, he had already colluded with the dealer to ensure that the 3 cards dealt to Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin would undoubtedly be inferior to his own. With an arrogant flourish, he proclaimed, 6 million. Raising by hundreds is rather tedious, isn't it? Lu Di merely smiled faintly and said, 20 million. Upon hearing this, Yin Kai's heart leapt into her throat. Lu Di has lost his senses. Yin Xinxin frantically tugged at Lu Di's clothing. Yet, Lu Di remained unperturbed. With a cheerful demeanor, he turned to the young man with yellow hair and inquired, "Will you call? You truly excel at pretense." The young man chuckled lightly, finding Lu Di's tactics utterly simplistic. At this moment, both parties at the table understood that failing to call would signify surrender, resulting in the forfeiture of all previously wagered funds. This young man seeks to continually raise the stakes in hopes of intimidating his opponent. "Today, I shall entertain you thoroughly, 25 million. 1 billion, Lu Di stated coolly. As those words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Did I hear that correctly? This lad wagered 1 billion? Who on earth is he? What? The young man with yellow hair was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Lu Di had deviated from the expected pattern. Jumping from 25 million to 1 billion? His total savings barely amounted to 300 million. At this rate, he would exhaust his funds in merely 3 rounds. Initially intending to wager a few tens of millions for sport, how did we suddenly escalate to 1 billion? Wait a moment. No, this isn't right. The young man suddenly slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Di. You nearly had me fooled. You claim 1 billion, just like that? Have you switched your chips? Gasp. Yin Kai inhaled sharply. The fool has finally come to his senses. Lu Di, of course, is devoid of wealth. The figures he boasted of in the hundreds of millions are nothing but fabrications. Just moments ago, Yin Kai harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing that Lu Di's grandstanding could continue indefinitely, scaring off the yellow-haired man in the process. But now, the truth has been unveiled. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Yin Kai exclaimed, "Yellow-haired fellow, you ought to show some respect. Lu Di is the 3rd son-in-law of the Yin family. He can produce not just 1 billion, but 10 billion if need be. Spare me your nonsense. I demand a verification of funds." The yellow-haired man, with a wave of his hand, summoned the casino manager. In such large casinos, there exists a profound collaboration with banks. Verifying an individual's assets is a rather straightforward affair. No, this cannot be verified. Yin Kai interjected fiercely, positioning herself defiantly in front of the casino manager. Deep down, she understood that if verification proceeded, their fate would be sealed. Calm down, Kai, Lu Di replied nonchalantly. Producing a bank card from his pocket and addressing the casino manager, "Go ahead and verify. There is no password." The manager nodded slightly, accepting the card and returning to the bar for an online inquiry. "It's over. Kai, we must fight our way out. You run first, and I will cover you." The 2 young women were already flustered, contemplating their escape strategy. The yellow-haired man wore a smug expression, having just glanced at Lu Di's bank card. A Wayman card? How utterly ridiculous. If he were truly a tycoon with assets in the billions, he would at least possess a platinum card, right? This fool is nothing but a FAAD. Compete with me? You've wagered 1 billion. Let us see how you plan to cash that in. Not a single one of the Yin sisters would escape today. 5 minutes later, the casino manager approached slowly, his face betraying an excitement that had reached the point of twitching. "Mr. Lu, here is your bank card. Our asset verification is complete." The manager bowed at a 90-degree angle, presenting the card with trembling hands, his voice quivering, moreover, to celebrate your esteemed presence. "Our casino has specially granted you a Black Diamond VIP status. We welcome you to visit us often." Black Diamond VIP? I've only heard of the prestigious Golden VIP. What on earth is this? The onlookers were puzzled. Is he truly capable? The yellow-haired man inquired anxiously. The casino manager pondered for a moment and then declared, Mr. Liu's 1 billion wager is entirely valid. What? He truly possesses $1 billion in assets? The yellow-haired man was taken aback. This was indeed a formidable adversary. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin were also left speechless. Lu Di, do you really have money? 1 billion. What about the 500 million? The two young women were utterly stunned. Why can't I be wealthy? Lu Di chuckled, turning to the yellow-haired man. So, Rin the young master, will you join me? Damn it, I'm going all in with you today. The yellow-haired man gritted his teeth. 1 billion and 10 million. I simply cannot believe it. Can you truly produce 200 million? 300 million? Not a chance. The calm and unhurried voice of Lu Di echoed once more. What? He audaciously tripled the amount to 300 million? Gasps filled the room. Does this young man possess such assets? Huang Mao appeared bewildered, casting a puzzled glance at the casino manager. The manager, suppressing his excitement, slowly nodded in affirmation. Huang Mao was instantly flabbergasted. This is 300 million. The entirety of my assets. Is he truly willing to gamble his life? In a state of confusion, Huang Mao shot a questioning glance at the dealer, who had already been in cahoots with him. Despite the shock, the dealer firmly nodded in response. Are the cards reliable? Will I surely win? All right. Gritting his teeth, Huang Mao declared, I will match it. 300 million. Along with my Lamborghini parked at the entrance and a standalone villa in the Shanghai district, totaling 350 million. This is all the wealth at my disposal. 500 million. Lu Di casually took a puff of his cigarette, before Huang Mao could even close his gaping jaw. It dropped once more in disbelief. Meanwhile, the two young ladies, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin, had become statues, their eyes wide and mouths agape. What? Huang Mao, in despair, turned to the casino manager. The usually composed manager, now over 50, was visibly trembling, yet he nodded gently again. Is his wealth still sufficient? Beads of sweat began to form on Huang Mao's forehead. The situation was spiraling out of control. However, at this juncture, I have no retreat. I must endure. Damn it, you clever lad. I do not believe this misfortune. Just you wait. I shall gather the funds. Today, I will crush you with money. Huang Mao was already beside himself. He began making frantic calls to brothers, sisters, wealthy friends, and uncles from his parents' generation. Anyone who could lend him money. 5 minutes later, Huang Mao's eyes were bloodshot as he slammed his phone down onto the table. 1 billion. You impoverished fool. Let us see what you can counter with. I have leveraged all my connections to borrow 1 billion. Today, I will bring about your ruin. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Everyone present was rendered speechless. Although Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin hailed from affluent families, they were merely fresh graduates. They had never witnessed such a scene. The man they perceived as a gigolo, a con artist, should have been a penniless loser. He was clearly feigning indifference to swindle money from his family. How could it be that at the gambling table, he casually threw around figures like 500 million? Indeed, we misjudged him. He is capable and wealthy. He can indeed produce 500 million. But now, what do we do? His opponent has directly raised the stakes to 1 billion, doubling the amount. The rival's background is among the elite of Haishur. And what of Lu Di? The Iron Four have investigated, and he has no background whatsoever. His mother is merely an ordinary worker in the town. It is impossible for him to produce such a sum of money. With matters having escalated to this point, there is no turning back. 1 billion, yet the game remains unresolved. In the hushed room, Lu Di's voice resonated like thunder, piercing through the minds of all present. The casino manager, with tears welling in his eyes, still pursed his lips and nodded. In the current game, Lu Di and Huang Mao each concealed 3 cards, neither revealing their hands. For the sake of the final moment's comparison, Huang Mao, having lost everything and drowning in debt, ultimately wagered 10 billion. Meanwhile, Lu Di, with an impassive expression, magnified his bet tenfold to a staggering 100 billion. Huang Mao faced 2 choices. First, to raise the stakes beyond 100 billion and assert his dominance, challenging Lu Di. Second, to fold and concede defeat, surrendering all his previous bets. But how much wealth does Lu Di truly possess? No one knows. It is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. With the casino manager's corroboration, any astonishing wager Lu Di declared was deemed valid. At this moment, Huang Mao stood frozen in place, eyes wide, paralyzed by fear. Cold sweat streamed down his face. He was filled with regret, immense regret. He had already put forth all his assets, even borrowing several billion in debts. Yet he found himself suppressed by Lu Di. The 100 billion wager Lu Di called out was an insurmountable figure for Huang Mao, even if he could muster 100 billion. Who could predict whether Lu Di would escalate the stakes to 200 billion, or even 300 billion? Watching the composed Lu Di, Huang Mao struggled to breathe. Lu Di loomed like an immovable mountain, steadfast and insurmountable. Huang Mao chuckled, yet it was a laugh born of despair. Even though he was aware that he held a straight flush while Lu Di possessed a terrible hand, what difference did it make? If the stakes were beyond his reach, he had no right to see the cards. Initially intending to employ some tricks to seduce the two young ladies from the Yin family, Huang Mao now found himself not only ruined but also subjected to the greatest humiliation of his life, completely dominated by Lu Di. Suddenly, in a fit of desperation, Huang Mao seized the 3 cards from the table and stuffed them into his mouth. As he struggled to swallow, his expression contorted in rage. These cards are ruined. No one will know the outcome of this game. Lu Di let out a gentle sigh, quietly observing. Perhaps this was what it meant to be crushed by the final straw? Yet one cannot blame others. Those with wicked intentions eventually face retribution. The casino manager frowned and said, "Master Ren, do you think our casino's regulations do not exist? You have lost to Mr. Lu and must pay your debts in full." Huang Mao, with his mouth full of paper scraps, mumbled incoherently, "Do not think I am unaware of your casino's secrets. You are affiliated with the Black Fox gang. The second in command, Master Phone, is my uncle. I will cheat today. I shall now make a phone call to my uncle. Once he arrives, let us see who dares to demand that I pay the stakes." The yellow-haired man glared menacingly at Lu Di. "You little wretch. Do you truly believe you can triumph over me? I merely wish to toy with you. My uncle is on his way. Do not think you can leave here standing today. And as for those 2 young ladies from the Yin family, I shall publicly claim them. And let us see who dares to intervene." Ha ha. With that, he erupted into laughter and pulled out his phone. The Black Fox gang? The foremost gang in the city. It is said they operate in both the underworld and the legitimate realm. Their power is utterly terrifying. Their second-in-command must be an extraordinary individual. That lad is doomed. The crowd began to murmur, their eyes betraying a hint of sympathy for Lu Di. Even the casino manager appeared somewhat flustered. Did this young master know the second-in-command? He had never mentioned it before. This has become quite a predicament. Humph, my uncle has already arrived. What does your 10 billion in assets matter? In the eyes of the Black Fox gang, you are nothing more than a grasshopper that can be easily crushed. The yellow-haired man hung up the phone, his expression transforming into one of confident assurance. The rapid developments left Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin's minds in a whirl. Initially, Lu Di's unexpected victory in the gambling game had brought them great joy. Yet, mere moments later, the situation had taken a turn. How did the Black Fox gang come into play? Furthermore, it appeared that this gang was formidable and not to be trifled with. Ding-ling-ling. The casino manager's phone rang, and upon glancing at it, his expression shifted to one of sudden anxiety. "Master Phone." "Yes, indeed, rest assured." After hanging up, the manager waved his hand, and a number of casino bodyguards swiftly surrounded Lu Di's table. The manager approached Lu Di, his demeanor awkward as he said, "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize, but Master Feng is called. No one may leave until he arrives. He is indeed quite furious, but rest assured, I shall do my utmost to speak on your behalf." As he spoke, he instinctively wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "What shall we do now, Lu Di?" Yin Kaikai asked, trembling. Upon hearing the name of the Black Fox gang, Lu Di felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He gently extinguished his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "I am truly frightened." Yin Kaikai was utterly at a loss. The miraculous Lu Di was also at a loss? Yet, what did this expression signify? She gazed at Lu Di, who had crossed his arms and closed his eyes in contemplation, and exclaimed in despair, "Lu Di, is this how you appear when you are afraid? Indeed, I am terrified. However, I find myself rather fatigued at the moment. I shall rest a bit. When that Master Feng arrives, please awaken me." At the mass hall, Offen, who had just finished cleaning up the mess, was boiling with agitation. Today, a being comparable to a demon had come. D. Air, who single-handedly toppled the entire Black Fox gang. leaving the organization in utter disarray. Moreover, the most shattering revelation was that the leader he had followed for 6 years was merely a puppet. But that is a matter for another time. A brazen young man dares to bully his own cousin? He even seeks to usurp his cousin's inheritance? Does he think he can disregard the second-in-command of the Black Fox gang? Is it truly the case that anyone can trample upon the esteemed Master Phone? Damn it! I shall annihilate you. Bring me 20 men. We shall pay a visit. Feng's spirit soared as he led 20 followers, a formidable entourage, toward the underground casino. In the casino, a dramatic silence enveloped the atmosphere. Everyone awaited the unfolding of a theatrical scene. Yin Kakai and Yin Xinshin fidgeted anxiously. The blond man wore a fierce expression, while the young man in a white shirt, at the center of the unfolding drama, appeared to be asleep. Suddenly, the cacophony of footsteps erupted. From afar, the bodyguards outside shouted in unison, "Master Phone. Huh, Uncle has arrived. Today, no one can save you," the blond man boasted arrogantly. The casino manager had already bowed in anticipation, welcoming the esteemed leader, the second-in-command of the Black Fox gang, Master Phone, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. A half-burned cigar clenched between his teeth, Phone entered the casino's hall, flanked by 20 subordinates wielding clubs. The crowd couldn't help but admire his imposing presence. "Manager, where is my cousin?" Phone surveyed the scene, his voice laced with arrogance. "Uncle, you've come." The blond man scampered to Phone, instantly donning a mournful expression, lamenting the mistreatment of his cousin. "That scoundrel who bullied me and cheated me out of money is over there. Get the hell out of my way." Phone extinguished his cigar with a fierce determination, declaring, "Today, I will unveil who dares to bully me." The latter part of his statement was abruptly swallowed back. Gulp. Wait. At that moment, an odd sound escaped Feng's lips, as if a feather had lodged in his throat. As the crowd parted, Feng beheld clearly the young man in white, reclining in his chair, eyes closed in repose. "Mr. Dier, I cannot believe." Feng felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. "Uncle, don't just stand there. Let the brothers go after him." The blond man leapt about, feigning authority. Meanwhile, Feng's mind was a cacophony of chaos. All he could hear was a muffled ringing. The blond man's bluster faded into oblivion. Even the 20 fierce subordinates behind him began to tremble. They were not mere fish. They possessed memories. Was this not the very person who had just ruthlessly beaten them? He was no mere man. He was a demon. Was this truly his destiny? Would he be unable to surmount this hurdle today? "Uncle, you must act. It's fine. I'll bear all consequences." The blond man shouted, snatching a knife from one of the thugs and preparing to charge. "Who the hell do you think you are calling me, Uncle?" A Feng swung his arm with great vigor, swiftly knocking the yellow-haired man to the ground. "Brothers, advance. Let us pummel this yellow-haired fool." With a Feng's furious command, the 20 followers sprang into action, eager for the yellow-haired man to meet his demise on the spot. It seemed that only through such violence could they secure their own survival. "Alas, Uncle, what has happened to you?" "It is I, Wu Yuan." "Ah, I do not recognize you." The ensuing 5 minutes were a scene of unspeakable brutality as 20 men rained blows upon the yellow-haired figure. In the distance, Yin Kaikai looked on in bewilderment. What? Are they fighting among themselves? The spectators were equally perplexed, save for the casino manager, whose expression flickered with understanding. 10 minutes later, a Feng, dragging the swollen and semi-conscious yellow-haired man, approached Lu Di but dared only to stand in silence, refraining from uttering a word. Lu Di slowly stretched, barely opening his eyes, and asked, "Have you finished?" "Sir, it is done." "Very well, I shall take my leave. I have a car to drive shortly." Lu Di rose leisurely. "Drive?" A Feng's lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from further inquiry, responding respectfully, "Sir, I will return the items this scoundrel lost to you at the casino. You may collect them at your convenience." "Indeed." Lu Di took a cigarette, and a Feng immediately stepped forward to ignite it. "Ah, after a brief slumber, I feel much rejuvenated. Shall we go, my 2 young ladies?" Lu Di stretched his limbs and stepped forward indifferently. "Oh." Yin Kakai and Yin Xinshin obediently echoed, following closely behind. Unbeknownst to them, a Feng's back was drenched in sweat, as though he had traversed the gates of hell. This was the second time today. The entire casino was left in a state of confusion. What had just transpired? A phone, trembling, addressed the unconscious yellow-haired man. Why did you provoke him of all people? He is now the underground overlord of our entire Heisher, Mr. Dier. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. From that moment forward, the name Dier would be indelibly etched in the minds of all present. In the following days, the name Dier would echo through the underbelly of the casino, reverberating throughout Heisher and even across the criminal underworld of all China. Meanwhile, on the roadside, Tai Lu awaited by the car for quite some time, having been summoned by Lu Di to escort the two young ladies home. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin stood shyly behind Lu Di, pondering how to initiate conversation. Lu Di, thank you for rescuing us, Yin Kaikai finally managed to say. Lu Di shrugged. There is no need for thanks. My actions stem from my own principles. I remained here solely to prevent the ruin of your Yin family. Then, you are not a miser? Yin Kaikai retorted, her frustration momentarily surfacing. But she quickly suppressed it, recalling Lu Di's earlier intervention. Just how much money do you possess? Yin Xinxin could no longer contain her curiosity. This question caused Lu Di to ponder for a moment. In the realm of futures trading, the young prodigy has ceased operations and shifted focus to the stock market. Those well-versed in the stock arena will be aware of a mysterious retail investor whose financial maneuvers are remarkably substantial and predictions strikingly accurate, wreaking havoc and amassing wealth with fervor. According to external estimates, this individual has likely handled funds amounting to a staggering 100 billion. As for my finances, they barely measure up to what the Yin family possesses. To acquire your entire Ingji group, I suspect it will take an additional 2 to 3 months. Observing the earnest Lu Di, Yin Kaikai found herself at a loss for words once more. What transpired with those gangsters earlier? Lu Di flashed a grin. Merely a friend of mine. One of those no fight, no acquaintance scenarios. Never mind. The two young ladies, somewhat exhausted, no longer wished to argue with Lu Di. We are sorry. They finally confessed after 2 long minutes of contemplation. We now realize you are not a bad person. You did not take our father's money. Nor did you need to deceive us for the Yin family's wealth. You are neither a gigolo nor a con artist. We misunderstood you. With heads bowed and eyes slightly reddened, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin continued. It was we who secretly concealed your 5 million, intending to frame you and hoping our father would expel you. Upon hearing this, Lu Di furrowed his brow. You hid my 5 million? Is this true? It was intentional. We were simply terrified, fearing someone might harm us again. Rest assured, we will return home tonight and confess everything to third sister. The two young ladies shrank back in fright. Lu Di couldn't help but laugh heartily. Such matters do not concern me. How the Yin family perceives me is inconsequential. I am at peace with my conscience. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID read Yin Xingwen. Lu Di, where have you run off to? It's almost time to close, and you Haven T returned to the office. I've been away from my post for too long. I'm on my way. Lu Di turned and waved goodbye to the two young ladies. Sighing as she watched Lu Di's retreating figure, Yin Kaikai reflected, this Lu Di is actually quite decent. Albeit overly boastful. One moment he claims he will buy the Ingji group, and the next he has friends with gang leaders. Beside her, Tai Lu, wearing a serious expression, could not help but twitch his lips. Mr. Lu Di is far more than that. Have you heard of the internationally renowned Tianlu Special Operations Group? 40. An unsettled bank, Lu Di. Where have you been? Just now, President Wen left, and we couldn't find the driver. Zhao Qianqian stood at the doorway, hands on her hips and brows furrowed. Therefore, President Wen has decreed that you must accompany me on a date tonight. A date? Not a chance. Lu Di chuckled helplessly as he bypassed Zhao Qianqian and entered Yin Xingwen's office directly. Lu Di, you have abandoned your post during work hours. Your bonus for this month will be deducted. Yin Xingwen sat behind her desk, her expression icy as she delicately wiped her palms. On the coat rack beside her, draped in a blood-stained white coat, she swayed slightly. Miss Yin, have you just returned from taking a life? Lu Di chuckled. Fortunately, he was aware of Yin Xingwen's true identity. Otherwise, one might easily mistake her for a murderous fiend in the office given the scene before him. I just came from Grandfather Tuo's place, assisting him with a few surgeries, Yin Xingwen replied, gently placing the damp tissue in her hand down. It was then that Lu Di noticed her hands were trembling slightly, likely a result of heightened mental stress and excessive fatigue. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. realizing that this young woman possessed a fundamentally kind nature. "Take a look at this list," Yin Qingwen urged, pushing a document across the table. Lu Di stepped forward and glanced at it. The list was filled with medical supplies, including standard disinfectants, medications, and commonly used medical instruments. "I just compiled this. These items are essential for Grandfather Tua's hospital. Since Grandfather Tua seems to overlook our Inji group, I will personally donate these supplies to him," she continued, her gaze lowering. "However, it appears that Grandfather Tua does not quite favor me. Lu Di, please take the time to deliver these items to him tomorrow." "Now I see." Lu Di nodded in realization, his respect for Yin Qingwen growing. "You do not understand Grandfather Tua. His stance is rather unstable," he remarked, scratching his head with a smile. "Next time you visit, just bring him a few bottles of fine wine, and he may very well adopt you as his goddaughter." With that, he scribbled at the bottom of the list, "Neo Lanchan Erguo 2, 3 cases." Yin Qingwen was momentarily lost in thought. She vaguely recalled Lu Di's last meeting with Grandfather Tua, who had opened with, "Little Lu Di, why didn't you bring me any wine?" Could it be that Grandfather Tua was a fond drinker? She made a note of it, instructing Zhao Qianshan to prepare the items on the list. Swiftly, she stowed her belongings. "Lu Di, accompany me to the bank." "What do you need to go to the bank for?" he replied, incredulously. "Isn't it obvious? To withdraw money. At your age, do you really need to go in person? Isn't it all because of you?" Near the Ingji Group office building, outside Haisher Trading Company, at 5:20 p.m., inside a van marked Beifing Logistics, an elderly man sat within, a faint smile gracing his lips as he watched the rows of surveillance screens before him. Among those screens was a live feed from the bank directly across the street. The man appeared to be well over 70, his hair and eyebrows stark white. Yet, he sat upright, exuding an extraordinary presence, and his physique was robust, akin to that of a man in his 30s or 40s. "Commander, there are 10 minutes left. Once the bank officially closes and the civilians depart, our exercise can commence." A towering figure stood respectfully behind the elderly man, his dark skin taut over bulging muscles. One of his arms was nearly the thickness of an average person's thigh. The man stood in the more than 2-meter-high carriage, his head nearly level with the ceiling. The elderly gentleman chuckled, his expression remarkably relaxed. That old rascal Duan Hua, despite his age, still harbors such competitive spirit. Why must he, instead of diligently performing his duties in the Haisher Super Police Group, insist on comparing the soldiers' prowess with mine? And what a ridiculous idea he concocted to simulate a bank robbery. The towering figure behind him could not help but shake his head, saying, "Instructor, if I may be blunt, Chief Duan's soldiers are utterly no match for our team." "Of course, I am well aware of that." The robust elder smiled slightly. His demeanor exuded pride. "However, after decades of camaraderie with the old ghost Duan, I couldn't possibly deny him some dignity, could I?" Thus, upon receiving his call, I hastily made my way to Haisher. Yet, to spare Duan some face, I only brought along a few rookies who had just joined our ranks, ensuring that his defeat wouldn't be too humiliating. As he spoke, the elder couldn't help but chuckle mischievously, resembling a playful old child. The towering man also shook his head slightly in agreement. Indeed, they had only brought a few untrained new recruits this time. The disparity in strength between these rookies and the seasoned members of their group was glaring. Nonetheless, they were no mere novices, handpicked by the instructor. They hailed from the finest teams across the nation, each capable of single-handedly taking on 100 foes, battle-hardened veterans. Commonly referred to as kings of soldiers, these elite warriors, who were often considered rookies by the robust elder, belonged to the most clandestine special operations unit in China, Tian Luotiwei. The new instructor of Tian Luo team, codenamed Black Mountain, stood at the forefront. The towering figure was the only official member from Tian Luo team accompanying Black Mountain to Haisher, Team A's captain, codenamed Gray Bear. The rookies they spoke of had already undergone stringent selection, a rare breed among the Tian Luo preparatory members. Gray Bear pointed to several positions on the screen, where a few civilians were seated or standing. "Instructor, the 6 rookies are in place. Once the bank closes, Chief Duan's soldiers will also arrive, and the rookies will disguise themselves as robbers, launching their attack. If our soldiers successfully make off with the money, we win. If our people are intercepted, they win." After a brief pause, Gray Bear continued, "The bank has been informed. There will be no casualties, rest assured. Indeed. Very good. Black Mountain nodded slightly, a look of anticipation gracing his face. This was his first participation in such a format of exercise. His soldiers would change into civilian attire, masquerading as bank customers, while the opposing special operations soldiers, oblivious to the situation, would conduct their business as directed by their superiors. One side consisted of Tianluo rookies posing as robbers, while the other faced the Haishur super police group, inadvertently caught up in a bank robbery scenario. It appeared to be a mere coincidence, yet it was a meticulously orchestrated confrontation. Duan, the old ghost, was overly confident. He would surely lose. The thought alone was amusing. Leaning back in his chair, Heishan chuckled. Gray Bear, let us await the unfolding spectacle. The weather was splendid. 5 minutes later, Lu Di reluctantly followed Yin Qingwen into the Haishur commercial bank. According to my predictions, a story will unfold in this bank in 5 minutes, he mused. In Lu Di's mind, the crisp voice of a young boy suddenly echoed. In the next moment, several red circles appeared in his field of vision, each locking onto the figures of several patrons in the bank's hall. Their coats may appear quite secure, the mischievous spirit remarked. But one can discern from their body contours and respiratory rhythms that these individuals possess foundational strength and agility far beyond the ordinary. The circles then shifted to focus on the gazes of a few. They were meticulously observing their surroundings, the cash in the display case, the movements of the security personnel, and potential escape routes. Shortly thereafter, Lu Di's perspective locked onto the waist of one individual, where an oddly shaped protrusion suggested the presence of a hard object. Analyzing its dynamics and form, there was a 68% probability that it was a handgun. Moreover, these 6 individuals were exceptionally peculiar, with nearly blank backgrounds. Sighing, Lu Di discreetly observed everything, feeling somewhat resigned. Mischievous spirit, is this the story you foretold? A bank robbery? And they seem rather professional. Must I not have a single tranquil day? At that moment, having completed her withdrawal, Yin Qingwen approached Lu Di, offering him 3 bundles of crimson banknotes. Lu Di, take this. Confused, Lu Di inquired, what does this mean? Are you suggesting? I know you are out of money, she interjected. And yet you cling to your pride. There is no one here but us, so accept it. Use it for your expenses, though her demeanor appeared domineering. She was keenly observing Lu Di, fearful of his rejection. Her father had given him 5 million, yet this young man squandered it recklessly, ultimately giving 4 million to Tao Yi. Now, he could scarcely afford to buy groceries. After all, he was the one who had saved her. At that moment, Lu Di found himself at a loss for words. Yin Qingwen's attitude was indeed somewhat aloof and unlikable. However, her nature was not inherently flawed. Not only did she wish to assist Tao Yi, but she was also attentively observing his every action. It seemed that some of his behaviors had been misconstrued by her. She wanted to help him, but feared that he might feel embarrassed. Finally, Lu Di understood why Yin Qingwen had deliberately chosen this time and opted not to bring her assistant, coming personally to retrieve the money. It was to safeguard his dignity. Sighing softly, he felt a twinge of emotion. You have a conscience, recognizing me as your benefactor. Rather than accepting the money, he raised an eyebrow and said, however, my supply of cigarettes has just run out. Would you fetch me a pack? Yin Qingwen's hand, still holding the money, froze in midair, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Lu Di, must you always push your luck? You, what do you mean by you? I'm going to smoke. Be good, hurry up. Lu Di grinned widely as he spoke. Yin Qingwen, taken aback by Lu Di's sudden gentleness, found herself at a loss for words, struck dumb. By some strange twist of fate, she found herself wandering out, heading towards the supermarket across the street. TSK, aren't you being obedient? Observing Yin Qingwen's unsteady retreating figure, Lu Di shook his head slightly and strolled over to the resting area. He crouched down and sat next to a man clad in a trench coat. Hello there, Lu Di said with a grin, directing a smile at the man beside him. Hello, the man replied in a calm tone. Brother, the weather is quite pleasant today. Planning to rob a bank? Indeed, the weather is. What did you just say? The trench-coated man suddenly stood up, astonishment etched on his face as he looked at Lu Di. Lu Di, with a mischievous smile, replied, apologies, I'm cutting in line. Meanwhile, outside in the surveillance vehicle, Heishan's expression shifted as he observed the screen. What is happening? Is there interference at position 6? In the next moment, just as Heishan was about to sip his tea, he nearly spat it out. On the monitoring screen, a young man in a white shirt seized the opportunity when the rookie at position 6 was momentarily distracted and launched a powerful punch. The fist connected squarely with the rookie Ascension, sending him flying. What on earth? Heishan sprang to his feet in surprise, exclaiming, "Is that old ghost Duan not adhering to the rules? A sudden attack. Report to the instructor. I have reviewed the files on Duan's personnel, but there is no record of this individual." The bear-like figure, Huixiong, looked equally dumbfounded. The following scenes left both men even more astounded. After knocking down the rookie at position 6, the young man in white showed no sign of halting. With a burst of speed, he darted towards the other 5 rookies like a dragon in flight. The rookies were left bewildered. Why has the exercise commenced ahead of schedule? Yet, faced with Lu Di, who charged at them like a fierce tiger, they had no time to ponder. Bang, bang, bang. The bank lobby erupted into chaos, civilians fleeing in panic. On the screen, no matter the rookies' close combat techniques or special operations grappling skills, Lu Di effortlessly countered them. Rookie number 1 was sent flying. Rookie number 2 was knocked unconscious. Rookie number 3 had his weapon seized. Rookies 4 and 5 were simultaneously taken down. 2 minutes later, all 6 Tianlu rookies had lost their combat effectiveness. Heishan and Huixiong stood frozen in disbelief. This is impossible. Heishan was instantly agitated, exclaiming, "I said they were rookies as a form of modesty. How could some random kid come out of nowhere and take them down so easily? This is absurd." Pointing at the monitoring screen, his finger trembled violently. "It must be someone arranged by that old ghost Duan. He has duped me. But that doesn't make sense. There couldn't possibly be such a formidable individual under Duan's command." The esteemed commander of Tianlu, the renowned Heishan, was now at a loss for coherent speech. Huixiong too was left speechless by the unfolding events. With a subconscious lurch, the steel-like head of the commander nearly breached the roof of the reconnaissance vehicle. "Instructor, that lad is making his escape. Not on my watch," roared the furious Black Mountain, his beard quivering with indignation. "Grizzly, you go and capture that brat alive." "Understood." Grizzly, a true member of the Heavenly Net Group, leapt from the reconnaissance vehicle. His legs propelled him forward like an arrow released from its bow, leaving 2 small craters upon the smooth asphalt as he dashed towards the bank. Inside the bank's lobby, Lu Di surveyed the disheveled robbers strewn across the floor. Casually clapping his hands, he remarked, "I must admit, as robbers, you are formidable. Alas, you have strayed from the righteous path." Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled. Not far off, a black tower charged towards Lu Di with reckless abandon. The force of its approach was akin to that of a heavy road roller. Another one? Lu Di squinted at the approaching figure, noting the substantial difference in their aura compared to the previous assailants. It appeared this punch required a more earnest effort. Here we go. With a thunderous crash, the formidable captain of the Heavenly Net, Grizzly, was sent flying 10 meters, crashing into a nearby lounge, shattering glass and causing the ceiling to collapse. Grizzly's form was completely buried beneath the debris. Meanwhile, Lu Di maintained his stance in a horse-riding position, his arm extended in a poised punch. In the reconnaissance vehicle, old Black Mountain gasped in disbelief. "Am I truly aging? Is my vision failing me?" 42. Haisher civilians. "Lu Di, your cigarette. What transpired here?" Yan Qingwen, holding a cigarette, stood at the entrance, staring incredulously at the chaos in the lobby. He had only stepped out for 5 minutes, and now 5 or 6 individuals lay on the floor, the lounge already in ruins. "It's nothing. Just a bank heist that was swiftly dealt with by a dashing young man who subdued the robbers in no time," Lu Di explained. "But that is of little importance. We should leave this place at once." He grasped Yan Qingwen's arm and began to lead her outside. "But where is that young man you mentioned?" Yan Qingwen seemed entranced. Lu Di shrugged. He had other matters to attend to and left first. As they departed, the bank tellers exchanged bewildered glances, yet none triggered the alarm. Good heavens. Is this what they refer to as an exercise? One person takes down 6 Special Forces operatives in less than 3 minutes? Was that lad one of our Haisher SWAT officers? How impressive. I have a fondness for such officers. Suddenly, the ruins of the lounge erupted. Grizzly, consumed by rage, burst forth. His eyes were bloodshot as he surveyed the battleground, but Lu Di's presence was nowhere to be found. "You little brat. You better not let me catch you again. 10 minutes later, a large contingent arrived at the scene. Some were clearing the debris, while others were carrying the injured on stretchers. TSK, TSK. Behind Old Black Mountain, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit stroked his chin, muttering in disbelief. Old Hey, you once boasted about the prowess of your soldiers, and to be honest, I was genuinely intimidated at that time. However, look at the current situation. I merely arrived 5 minutes late, and your soldiers were taken down by righteous civilians? This implies not only that your troops could not contend with them, but they even failed at basic camouflage. The old man from Black Mountain's face turned purple with rage. Duan Laogue, shut your foul mouth. This is an unexpected occurrence. Unexpected? Duan Hua, the commander of the Sea City Special Operations Group, scoffed proudly. In our Sea City, this is hardly surprising. Civilians are valiant. Our police are braver than the SWAT team. Fortunately, you fell to the hands of civilians. Otherwise, if you had engaged my elite soldiers, I would have feared your big soldiers might be too weak and accidentally sustain serious injuries. I couldn't account for that, haha. Duan Hua felt an immense sense of joy with him. This unknown kid who emerged from nowhere has truly brought honor to our Sea City. The old man from Black Mountain was on the verge of humiliation. Nearby, Gray Bear trembled with frustration. Indeed, as a proud member of the Celestial Net, he had never faced such disgrace. If that kid dared to show himself again, he would surely break his arms and legs. At this moment, the old man from Black Mountain ceased speaking, repeatedly watching the footage of the recent battle. His expression grew increasingly grave. This kid, whether in physical strength or reaction speed, is undoubtedly S-class. Moreover, his grappling techniques, special operations tactics, and disarming methods are all masterful. The old man from Black Mountain's eyes flickered. His code name was Black Mountain. But in the military, he also bore another moniker of Fiery Eyes. Every battle, once scrutinized by his gaze, would reveal who was superior and who was inferior. After all, even an organization as formidable as the Celestial Net completely trusted his judgment. Tapping lightly on the keyboard, the old man fixed the screen on a close-up of Lu Di's face. He gazed intently, then extended his hand, prompting Gray Bear to lean closer. Gray Bear, I give you 12 hours to locate this young man, Black Mountain mused. Understood. Gray Bear frowned slightly, unable to restrain himself from asking, Instructor, do you intend to enlist him? Black Mountain shook his head gently. Have you not realized after he knocked you back? His strength is nothing short of extraordinary. This young man, he may very well be the person we've been searching for. Not only is he qualified for enlistment, but he could even succeed my position in the future. The old man from Black Mountain exhaled deeply, and most importantly, with him, the plans within the group could finally be set in motion. What? Gray Bear trembled slightly at this revelation. Meanwhile, Duan Hua, who had been listening intently, suddenly perked up. He laughed. Oh, old Hey, why the rush? Since you've come to my Sea City, you must allow me the opportunity to extend my hospitality. Let's arrange this. I'll order a table of dishes for tonight, featuring stewed rooster, which happens to be your dear Black's favorite. And hey, Grizzly, you're welcome to join us for a drink. Drink to your grandmother. Old Ghost Duan, I'm not done with you yet. With that, the old man from Black Mountain stood up and left without a backward glance. TCH, if you don't want to drink, then so be it. What else with the temper? Duan Hua watched as Black Mountain walked away, his smile abruptly fading. He gestured, and a middle-aged officer immediately rushed over. Director's son, I give you 10 hours to locate that young man in the footage. Although Old Ghost has a foul temper, his judgment is impeccable. The individuals he chooses are all champions of the battlefield. Since this young man is from my Haishur, he shall not be claimed by Old Ghost. Find him for me. I want him to join my team, to become the warrior of my elite police unit. Old Ghost can dream on. Lu Di, you're in the limelight. While driving back to the Yin family estate, Lu Di suddenly heard the mischievous laughter of the Demon Boy. Demon Boy, speak properly. According to my analysis, there are currently at least 4 computer terminals searching for your information. The comparative footage they possess is the recording of your altercation at the bank. Lu Di sighed lightly, resigned. Demon Boy, there's a line of poetry I wonder if you've heard. What? After the matter is settled, one departs quietly, concealing one's merit and fame. Understood. I'll take action now. at this very moment. Black Mountain and Grizzly were anxiously awaiting the facial recognition results at the computer. Suddenly, they froze. The computer screen went black. The technicians hurried to rectify the situation. After a series of efforts, the computer rebooted, but all video footage of the young man in white had vanished without a trace. What is going on? Can our computer be hacked? Old Ghost Black stood stunned for a few seconds before hastily shouting, "Grizzly, quickly draw the facial portrait for me." Meanwhile, in the returning vehicle, Duan Hua was savoring the photo he had secretly taken of the formidable young man in white. Suddenly, his phone notified him that the photo had been deleted. Damn it! Old Ghost dares to tamper with my phone. In Kyoto, Yen Hoshin hosted a banquet. In a top-floor suite of the Xinjiang International Hotel, the wealthiest man in Haishur, Old Master Yen, reclined on a lounge chair on the terrace, overlooking the night scene of Kyoto. "Sir, take a look at this document. It's quite intriguing." The old steward presented a file from behind. Sales leader board of the medical equipment division of Ingji Group. First place, Yin Qingwen, Lu Di. Amount, 2 billion. A look of surprise flickered across Old Master Yan's face. 2 billion is no small sum, even for Ingji Group, and it's a single order. "Sir, the third young lady has been performing exceptionally well," the steward remarked with a slight smile. "As a father, I naturally understand the caliber of Wenwen." "Afu, do you not grasp the essence of this matter?" Master Yin straightened his posture, intrigued. "Indeed, my lord, the crux lies with Mr. Lu." The old steward bowed slightly, stating, "Mr. Lu's exceptional talent shines brightly, evident even to one as humble as myself, let alone you, my lord." "Afu," sighed Master Yin, "I have grown old. My years are numbered. In the days to come, no matter how many endeavors I undertake to solidify the Yin family's legacy, they will pale in comparison to securing a remarkable talent for our family. And Mr. Lu is just such a person, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moreover, he is far more than merely talented. As you have noted, he is a prodigious genius of our time. My lord, I comprehend your sentiments, yet." The old steward, Afu, hesitated momentarily, then spoke. "However, from my observations, Mr. Lu seems disinterested in our family, perhaps even somewhat dismissive. I am well aware of this." Master Yin smiled faintly. It is to be expected that someone as exceptional as Mr. Lu would possess a degree of arrogance. He is still quite young. I have my methods to instill in him a sense of humility and decorum, to make him appreciate the rare opportunity that the Yin family presents. As Master Yin spoke, his gaze grew resolute. The steward, who had served him for nearly 30 years, felt a flicker of surprise within. It had been at least a decade since he had witnessed his master so fervently committed to a cause. "Afu, attend to 2 matters." Master Yin pondered deeply. First, relay to the group that the marketing efforts for the home medical equipment project shall be entrusted entirely to Wenwen. "My lord, might you reconsider?" Afu exclaimed in astonishment. The home medical equipment project is one in which our group has invested nearly 10 billion, developed over 3 years, and has just been launched. It is also a crucial strategic focus for our group, affecting our revenue for the entire upcoming year. Miss San has only been in the workforce for 3 years. Is it not a considerable risk to assign it to her? Master Yan's expression shifted. "I cannot rely solely on Wenwen. I am betting on that young rascal, Lu. Have you forgotten that Lu has expressed his fondness for Wenwen? They have been spending time together and have just secured a 20 billion order, have they not?" Afu understood. The old steward realized, if you were to directly seek Mr. Lu's assistance, he might refuse, hence you devised this strategy to divert attention. Master Yin chuckled. "Fortunately, my daughter is exceptional and has captivated that scoundrel Lu." Afu nodded discreetly. "My lord, what is the second matter you wish to discuss?" "Second, in 5 days, I shall return to Haishur and host a banquet at our Yin estate." Master Yin rose, clasping his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. How fortuitous. Both sons of my old acquaintances have returned from overseas this year, each achieving remarkable success. Furthermore, they have both shown interest in Wenwen. I intend to create an opportunity for them. These young luminaries, Ouyang Fingyu, Wenwen, and Lu shall gather in one place. Although Lu Di is exceptional, he still falls short in comparison to them. Young people have a tendency to compare themselves with others, and I believe that in due course, Lu Di will come to recognize his own shortcomings and feel a sense of competition. This realization will ignite his ambition, leading him to willingly accept the olive branch extended by the Yin family. Naturally, Yin Hongxin, will provide Lu Di with ample support and opportunities, allowing him to flourish. The butler, a Fu, nodded in a somewhat dull manner, acknowledging the master's foresight. Yet, that was not all. The elder Yin smiled slightly, stating, coincidentally, "An old friend of mine has recently arrived in Haishur on official business. He is a true titan of the military." The butler, a Fu, looked momentarily startled. "Master, are you referring to General Heishan?" "Indeed," the elder Yin affirmed. "What manner of person is General Heishan? Just his presence alone is enough to intimidate these young individuals. He is an entity they can only ever aspire to. When Lu Di and the others finally meet him, they will understand what it means to be outclassed. Their modest accomplishments are but a drop in the ocean. I will ensure these youngsters realize that they must adopt a humble mindset and work earnestly." The elder Yin grew increasingly pleased with his thoughts, unable to suppress a melodic hum. "Oh, by the way, a Fu, since General Heishan is coming, do not forget to invite Duan Hua. They have been comrades in arms for many years. With these two military titans present, I can only imagine the fright it will instill in those young lads. And as for Lu Di, he will undoubtedly become my exemplary son-in-law in due course." As Lu Di and Yin Qingwen stepped into the grand hall of the Yin estate, they were greeted by a peculiar burnt smell. Following the scent, they found their way to the kitchen. Upon pushing the door open, they were met with a haze of smoke that made it difficult to see. Third sister, Lu Di. As the smoke cleared, they saw Yin Kai and Yin Xin, both with soot-streaked faces, standing in the kitchen. Before them lay a securely covered dish on the table. "We spent a full 2 hours preparing dinner for you, Lu Di." Coughing slightly, Yin Qingwen inquired, "What on earth are you two doing? We made a mistake earlier and want to apologize to Lu Di. To show our sincerity, we decided to cook for him for the very first time." The two young girls chimed in unison. "Lu Di, come quickly and taste it." Yin Kai eagerly pulled Lu Di to the table, her face brimming with anticipation. All right." Lu Di scratched his head, caught off guard by the scene. The two young girls from the Yin family seemed to approach everything with exuberance, gently lifting the dish cover. A plume of dark smoke rose like a wisp of a lost soul. What is this?" Lu Di stared at the plate of charred remnants in bewilderment. "Golden egg fried rice, just like you taught us, though we may have overcooked it a bit." The two girls admitted sheepishly. "Lu Di, we truly did our best. I hope you hold no resentment towards us. You merely need to take a bite." Detection of benzo A pyrene, one of the most potent carcinogens recognized worldwide. It not only exists in coal smoke and the exhaust emissions from automobiles and tractors, but it also lurks in charred food, such as the burnt rice before you. Upon hearing the ominous warning from the mischievous child, Lu Di instinctively took 2 steps back. "Stop. I forgive you. Haha, that is splendid. Take your time, Lu Di." Yin Kai and Yin Xin sighed in relief, pulling Yin Qingwen outside the kitchen. The moment they stepped out, the two young women became tense. "Third sister, we have something to confess." "What is it?" Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow, sensing an impending dilemma. Yin Kai, somewhat apprehensive, produced a bank card and handed it to Yin Qingwen. This is the bank card father gave to Lu Di. It contains 5 million, untouched, and was placed by Lu Di in the sunroom on the 5th floor. "What?" Yin Qingwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Yin Kai, fidgeting, continued, "And just a few days ago, right when Lu Di received the card, he placed it there. It was me and Xin who secretly hid the card." "What?" Yin Qingwen was even more astonished. "So, Lu Di never intended to take our family's money, and he is not the person we thought he was. It was Xin and I who wanted Lu Di to be misunderstood and then expelled." Yin Kai spoke with a complicated expression. "What?" Yin Qingwen felt her mind whirl. Scenes flashed through her memory. Lu Di's shocking actions, purchasing 200 sets of clothing in one go, spending 200,000. Lu Di nonchalantly swiped his card for a luxury lighter, costing 1 million. Lu Di tilted his head and smiled, telling himself he left 4 million for Tuoyi. Yin Qingwen felt dazed. If he hadn't taken this card, where did he acquire his funds? Wasn't Lu Di previously a poor man living off part-time jobs? Moreover, the most crucial point, Lu Di came to the Yin family not for money? So what was his true intention? Could it really be, as he claimed, that he was interested in me? Impossible. Lu Di seemed intent on driving me to madness. Yan Qingwen shook her head vigorously, bewildered and her mind in turmoil. Observing the fluctuating expression of her third sister, Yan Kaikai awkwardly added, "Moreover, Lu Di is actually quite wealthy." "What do you mean by quite wealthy?" Yan Qingwen raised an eyebrow. "Lu Di may possess 100 million. 200 million. Yan Kaikai counted on her fingers. Suddenly, she paused. She had intended to reveal Lu Di's exact assets to Yan Qingwen, but suddenly recalled that the casino manager had never disclosed how much money Lu Di had on his card. "Lu Di has assets exceeding 100 million? Yan Qingwen asked, stunned. "Not just that. 10 billion? At least 100 billion. The exact amount remains unknown." "What?" Yan Qingwen was once again taken aback. 100 billion? That amount could easily place him on the list of Shanghai's wealthiest. How could this be possible? Although she was the daughter of a tycoon, she had always earned her keep through her own efforts at Inji. Over the past 3 years, even with the advantages provided by her father, her savings barely reached a meager 100 million. Lu Di possesses assets amounting to 100 billion? That's akin to 100 of her own worth. Given Lu Di's usual frugality, Yan Qingwen found it impossible to reconcile this information. "First, let us try the fried rice," she said. "How did you come to know about this?" Yan Qingwen questioned, unable to believe her ears. The two young girls hesitated, fumbling for words. Suddenly, Yan Kaikai had a moment of inspiration. "We were at a friend's casino and saw Lu Di gambling extravagantly, wagering 100 billion in a single go. You witnessed this firsthand?" She pressed. "Yes." Third sister, the two girls replied, their heads bowed in trepidation. Yan Qingwen stood there, stunned. To gamble 100 billion? What a reckless act. This could only indicate that Lu Di's wealth far exceeded that sum. The man who wouldn't even waste 3 yuan on an ice cream cone? The one who only wore 200 yuan white shirts? A man who had been working part-time for 3 years? Was this some kind of farce? Instinctively, she reached for her handbag, inside of which lay the 30,000 yuan she had intended to give to Lu Di. How laughable it was that she had worried about him lacking savings or money for meals. Why would he act in such a manner? Was he seeking to make a fool of her? In an instant, Yan Qingwen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Gradually, a sense of gloom settled in her heart. She frowned, pondering how a young man could possess such immense wealth while simultaneously concealing it from the Yan family and indulging in extravagance. She recalled how Lu Di had once captivated everyone at the dinner table with his insightful discussion on economic policies, leaving them in awe. And the peculiar moment when he had facilitated a 20 billion yuan deal with Li Dahai from the Tsirin hospital. All these signs indicated that Lu Di was far from an ordinary individual. The multitude of strange occurrences left Yan Qingwen perplexed, even slightly fearful. What were his true intentions? Third sister, don't overthink it. Lu Di is not a bad person. When father returns, we will inform him as well. The two girls desperately attempted to reassure her, feeling guilty for their role in the matter. Fearing reprimand from both their father and the third sister, they had deliberately obscured the details of the casino incident, unwittingly digging a deeper pit for Lu Di. Yan Qingwen shook her head in disbelief. In her eyes, the two young girls could only be described as Navi. 100 billion, could it be possessed so casually? Was he truly content to serve as a driver for the Yin family? The mysteries surrounding Lu Di were too profound to overlook. Kaikai, I recall there is a top detective in your organization. What was his name? Xiao Yi. Yan Qingwen pondered aloud. Indeed, Xiao Yeda Yun, a renowned private detective in Huaxia. Sister San, are you seeking his assistance? Precisely, please contact him for me. I wish to entrust him with the task of uncovering the origins of Lu Di. No matter the cost, I shall not haggle. However, he must provide a thorough investigation of that young man. Yan Qingwen spoke, her eyes glinting with a frigid intensity. Sister San, I feel this is unwise. I have faith in Lu Di, Yan Kaikai murmured softly, as if she had committed a transgression. What use is faith? Have you forgotten that fellow Qiubaiming? You've healed the wound, but forgotten the pain. How did we treat him back then, and how did our father treat him? And how did Qiubaiming respond to us? Yan Qingwen growled. The two young ladies froze at the mention of his name, their expressions hardening as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their eyes filled with terror. Qiubaiming. They had nearly forgotten him. The nefarious man whom their father had benevolently taken in. Ultimately, he sought to seize the Yin family's assets and even coveted Sister San. Though he was ultimately imprisoned by their father, he remained an indelible nightmare for the Yin sisters. It was precisely because of him that the sisters were initially reluctant to accept Lu Di. I had begun to trust Lu Di, but upon learning this, I must remain vigilant. For the safety of all, Lu Di must first be investigated thoroughly. If I have indeed misjudged him, I shall sincerely apologize. Yin Qingwen cautiously glanced towards the kitchen. For now, let us act as if nothing has occurred. We shall not expose Lu Di. With that, Yin Qingwen, lost in her thoughts, led the two young ladies back into the kitchen. As they opened the door, a rich aroma enveloped them. Lu Di stood with arms crossed, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he regarded the three young women. On the table before them lay 3 grand plates of golden fried rice, the fragrance tantalizing and mouth-watering. Ladies, after your whispers for so long, you must be weary. How about you first sample my golden fried rice? Exclaimed Lu Di. Wow, splendid. We can enjoy Lu Di's divine culinary skills again. The two young ladies exclaimed, rushing forward. Yin Qingwen gazed at this striking man before her, his demeanor warm and inviting. Pondering, are you truly a good person or a villain? Author's note. I made some adjustments to yesterday's chapter. It was too lengthy, hence I divided it into 2. Some details have changed. Please savor it anew. Thank you. Next, Lu Di's exploits will be thrilling. Stay tuned. 46. The joke of an online deity. Lu Di. This plate of fried rice is different from the previous ones. Yin Kakai and Yin Xinshin suddenly lifted their heads from their plates, their expressions peculiar. Yin Qingwen also took a bite. This fried rice undoubtedly showcased divine culinary mastery, rich and fragrant. Yet, upon chewing, there was a subtle hint of bitterness hidden within. Of course, I altered one of the seasonings. The flavor must differ. Lu Di extended his palm, revealing a white fruit the size of a peanut, resting gently within his hand. This is known as the ginkgo nut, the seed of the ginkgo tree. Although it possesses a slightly bitter taste, it serves a purpose in detoxification and alleviating internal heat. Lu Di picked up the ginkgo nut and smiled gently, saying, young ladies like you, burdened with constant worries, filled with suspicion and doubt, are bound to feel restless and inflamed within. Today, I shall prepare this ginkgo rice for you, perfectly suited to soothe your inner turmoil. Yin Qingwen slowly furrowed her brow, inquiring, Lu Di, what do you mean by that? Lu Di chuckled softly, delicately peeling the ginkgo nut to reveal a pale yellow sprout at its center. This inner sprout is the most bitter part of the ginkgo nut, which must be removed before consumption, otherwise it is inedible. Lu Di pursed his lips, likening it to a person who, if perpetually misunderstood, would inevitably harbor resentment. A well-meaning individual, subjected to repeated humiliation, would naturally feel bitterness and choose to walk away. Only then did Yin Qingwen comprehend, her eyes widening in anger. Lu Di, were you eavesdropping on us? I was merely preoccupied with cooking. I did hear, but it was not eavesdropping. I can only tell you that people are not the same. Lu Di shrugged. Yin Qingwen's frown deepened, demanding, what exactly are you trying to convey? I am saying, could you all please stop misunderstanding me? Yin Qingwen was momentarily taken aback, struggling to respond. Lu Di, you. However, he continued, but I am one to see things through to the end. Once this matter is resolved, I shall leave the Yin family without a moment's hesitation. With that, Lu Di departed with a flourish. Yin Qingwen stood there, dumbfounded, speechless. In that instant, she perceived this young man in white as immensely proud, both scornful and indifferent to everything around him, not just the Yin family, but seemingly To all. Yin Xingwen murmured to herself, "Could it be that I truly misunderstood him? Of course. But rest assured, as a man, one must possess a broad mind, ample enough to embrace all, unlike women, who merely need to be ample in form." Ludi's voice echoed from afar. Yin Xingwen's expression shifted from red to purple. Returning to his room, Ludi could not help but sigh. It seemed time to attend to his own matters. Demon Child, our plan can commence. Ding. Integrating top-tier marketing strategies. Ding. Compiling 100,000 business models. In an instant, the business plan blossomed clearly in Ludi's mind. Each step of the strategy was intricately connected, flawlessly calculated. Ludi smiled slightly, glanced at his phone, and noted that the buzz surrounding DE had finally started to wane. Other trending topics were gradually emerging. The time had come. Demon Child posted. All right. The next moment, the entire Yin family estate's network suddenly lagged. An enormous flow of information surged forth, all emanating from Ludi's eye, glowing with a violet hue. 10 seconds later, a post titled Riddle with prizes rapidly swept across the entire internet. Countless forums, message boards, websites, and various forms of social media have simultaneously featured a singular post. Guess the riddle for a prize. The riddle reads, 3 and 4, 5 and 23, auto-read. The first 100 netizens to successfully guess the answer will each receive a reward of 500,000. Signed, D. San. Initially, this post garnered little attention. However, as time elapsed, it became increasingly impossible for internet users to ignore. This post proliferated, relentlessly refreshing all web pages. Wherever information could be seen, this content appeared. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, even billions of entries. In a mere 10 minutes, this post inundated the digital space. In some smaller forums, it nearly monopolized the entire platform, leaving no room for other information. Numerous internet companies and monitoring agencies simultaneously discovered this content. A cadre of network technicians stood in sheer astonishment. What is this? A mere post? What an extraordinary post. Over 1 billion entries published within 10 minutes? It nearly commandeered all public resources. What kind of team could execute such a feat? Surely, it must be a 1,000-person team equipped with computers capable of billion-level floating-point calculations, right? Do we possess such companies in our homeland? Absolutely not. What is this signature? D. San? Never heard of it. Coincidentally, all the internet experts immediately commenced tracing the origins of this post. The results left them utterly disheartened. This post bore no violations. It did not exploit any infectious virus. Moreover, regardless of the high-ranking network specialists deployed, none could trace the IP of the publisher. The origin of D. San remains a mystery. Meanwhile, netizens began to engage in discussions beneath the post. What is this nonsense? Why is it everywhere? What does this riddle even mean? Is this a joke? Offering 500,000 for solving it? Are they attempting to deceive children? 100 individuals, each receiving 500,000. A total of 50 million. Who would provide that? Preposterous. Trust you? You old trickster. It must be some internet deity's prank. 1,000 miles away. In an aged community in Xinjiang, a bespectacled student girl, during a break from her studies, inadvertently stumbled upon this post. 3 and 4, 5 and 23. Auto-read. The young girl pondered for a moment and suddenly clapped her hands. Isn't Auto-read the foreign mathematician who invented the multiplication sign? Could this imply multiplication? 3 times 4, 5 times 23. The girl, suppressing her excitement, replied beneath one of the posts. Is the answer 12 and 115? Shortly thereafter, a flurry of responses emerged. Little sister, you are far too naive. Is it really that simple? Moreover, even if you guess correctly, do you genuinely expect someone to give you 500,000? Don't hold your breath. Just treat it as entertainment. The young girl did not respond, for she was momentarily transfixed by the messages on her phone. Congratulations. You are the first friend to answer correctly. Your Alipay has received 500,000 yuan, courtesy of your friend, D. San. The little girl rubbed her eyes, ensuring this was not a dream. Abruptly, she leapt from her chair and excitedly shouted towards the door, Mom, my college tuition is secured. 5 minutes later, Over 100 million posts simultaneously updated with a singular message. The first winner has been determined. With the username Xiaohua's College Dream and 99 spots remaining. Accompanying the text was a screenshot, a transfer record with the username concealed. A staggering sum of 500,000. All at once. Oh my goodness, is this real? Did someone truly pay for answers? I refuse to believe it. This must be a doctored image. Whether you believe or not, I certainly do. By the way, what was the answer? What did Xiaohua actually respond with? In an instant, the comments on the post surged. Yet, the vast majority of netizens remained perplexed as countless posts flooded in. No one knew where the first winner had submitted their answer. Lying in bed, Ludi smiled knowingly. Let it stir, let it escalate. From his perspective, he observed the entirety of the Magic Child's operational records. Over 100 million posts had been dispatched, and the numbers continued to rise rapidly. The comments beneath the post were accumulating at an astonishing rate, nearly thousands per second. Undoubtedly, this was a post that would captivate the entire internet. Guessing the answer for rewards was bound to become the next trending topic. This night was destined to be sleepless. For hours later, the topic of discussion had reached unprecedented heights. Around 150 million posts and billions of comments. The answer to the riddle had already spread far and wide, nearly engaging the entire populace. Millions had deduced the answer to be 115. Some had even meticulously researched the life history of mathematician Otto Red. At the stroke of midnight, when many were preparing for slumber, Ludi commanded the Magic Child to transfer 99 prizes of 500,000 yuan at once. Subsequently, he shared the screenshots. The rewards for 100 individuals had been dispersed. The internet erupted once more. This was indeed real. They actually distributed money. My friend is one of the winners. I can't believe it. I regret not participating sooner. I had already deduced the answer but failed to submit it. To the one above, stop bragging. 500,000 for solving a math problem? Unbelievable. By the way, who exactly is D-San, and what are his intentions? Is D-San perhaps a fan of the singing deity, Dee? But where has Deer gone? Observing the eclectic array of comments, Ludi smiled with amusement. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Magic Child, prepare the second question. Soon after, the enigmatic account named D-San posted once more. Prize riddles 2. The answer from the previous round is the riddle for this round. Bonus hint, do you believe there exists another version of yourself in this world? The first netizen to successfully guess the answer will receive a reward of 100 million. Signed, D-San. The entire internet erupted in astonishment. He has posed another question. And this time the prize is an astounding 100 million. My goodness, 100 million. What kind of game is this, a wealthy person's pastime? Creating a monumental riddle? The answer to the last round was 115. Is that truly a riddle? What can one deduce from 115? Enough of the chatter. We must think of an answer quickly. We must search for information. If we win 100 million, our lives will change. This time, no one doubted the authenticity of the prize. Instead, all eyes were fervently fixed on that 100 million reward. However, this question was far from simplistic. Countless netizens scoured various resources, yet none could find a credible answer. Even the consumer complaint hotline 12115 was inexplicably bombarded with calls. The netizens went mad. The internet was in an uproar. Sleepless nights ensued. They fervently shouted within, what on earth does 12,115 signify? If only they could answer correctly. It would mean a fortune of 100 million. Yet, few recognized what a remarkably successful online event this was. It garnered immense attention. The trending topics previously dominated by D.E. were now half taken over by prize riddles. A mysterious figure operates tens of thousands of accounts, posting over 1 billion messages in just 10 minutes. The prize riddle post attracted the attention of 800 million internet users, with a prize amounting to 100 million, equivalent to 21st place lottery tickets. 2020's internet milestones. Following the deity of Song D.E., the riddle master D-Sin emerges once more. Hot topic. Do you believe there exists another version of yourself in this world? Thousands of scholars quickly organized discussion groups overnight, solely to unravel the second riddle. In the hours that followed, D-San's post soared in popularity once again. An array of peculiar answers flooded in, even deep into the night. The post viewership and responses remained unstoppable. It had even been shared internationally, with numerous foreign friends racking their brains over this 100 million prize. A cash reward of 100 million is undoubtedly the largest in the history of online lotteries, unprecedented. An astronomical figure, sufficient to drive anyone to madness. At precisely 5 a.m., a conference room filled with a dozen scholars, all deep in thought for the answer. "I've got it," exclaimed a middle-aged woman resembling a teacher, her bloodshot eyes lifting from a pile of documents. 12115 is not a mathematical problem. It is a coordinate. Longitude 12, latitude 115. There exists a place that aligns perfectly with this hint. Subsequently, the middle-aged woman trembled as she typed 2 words on her phone. Under the gaze of the crowd, they waited silently for the result. 30 seconds later, an announcement echoed across the internet. Countless sleepless netizens laid eyes on a post that made them pound their chests in frustration. Congratulations to Teacher He, who successfully guessed the second riddle. A prize of 100 million yuan awaits. The answer revealed, Gemini, accompanied by a screenshot of the transfer. The number of zeros following the 1 is enough to provoke existential doubt. A tangible sum of 100 million yuan in cash. The comments section erupted once more. Could it be true that someone actually answered correctly? The winner is a teacher. 100 million yuan, a pinnacle of life. How extraordinary. The answer is Gemini? What does it mean? Why? I yearn to understand. That night, there was a nationwide interaction, ignited by a singular cause. A mysterious individual with the username DSan unleashed a torrent of posts, alongside the staggering sum of over 100 million yuan in cash. The second round of riddles has concluded. Countless netizens expressed their mixed emotions. While lamenting the absence of the prize, they found themselves restless, eagerly anticipating whether a third round of riddles would emerge. The mastermind behind it all had already risen early, scaling the mountain's peak. Before him, the sun gradually ascended. As he observed the tumultuous data, he contemplatively stroked his chin. He mused, "Little demon, the preparation is nearing completion. It is time to delve into the main topic. Due to the delay in the update, I fear I may be met with ire." The author, feeling anxious, presents this chapter as a prelude, promising to make up for the lost time by burning the midnight oil. You may read it now or wait till morning. I vow to remain steadfast in my duties. Please forgive me. 48. Another self in the forum. Individuals incessantly refresh the page. Finally, after 10 minutes, DSan updated once more. "Greetings, stranger. You are like a star in the galaxy. Though there are myriad similarities, there exists a subtle difference in your light. At times, you stand out, yet are regarded as an outlier. At times, you pour forth your emotions, only to be met with indifference. Thus, you can only lament your solitude." Coordinates 12N 115E. There lies a wonderful place, Gemini Atoll. The world teaches us that all things exist in at least 2 forms. I believe that somewhere in this world, there exists another person akin to you, who comprehends your every thought. He will understand your feelings with a mere glance and grasp your innermost concerns with just a few words. The 3 riddles of this round do not offer a prize, but they can lead you to a confidant in life, a gentle soul, deeply attuned to your heart. At the conclusion of this passage, a delicate QR code is presented, alongside the question, "Do you believe there exists another self in this world?" When this post was released, an unexpected silence enveloped the forum. It was not until 5 minutes later that the multitude of netizens absorbed in the text suddenly awakened. This passage resonated deeply with me. Could such a person truly exist? How I wish my other half were someone like this. The existence of such a place as Gemini Atoll is so poetic. There is a QR code following his post. Could it be that we are meant to scan? Regardless, I shall give it a try. Due to the unprecedented popularity of the first 2 posts by Emperor 3, the third post has also garnered significant attention. Although the QR code within the post does not explicitly state its purpose, it has only piqued the curiosity of netizens further. Countless individuals have eagerly seized their phones to scan. Within a solitary apartment in Haishur, a young recluse, disheveled and weary, scanned the QR code from the forum. His phone promptly displayed a notification asking whether to download the application Gemini. Yes, the young man took a bite of his now cold instant noodles. Upon glancing back at his phone, he found that the download was complete. Such swift speed. With a gentle tap, The application launched instantaneously, exhibiting no delay, surpassing 99 of the software available on the market. After a minimalist yet exquisite opening animation, a dialog box appeared, prompting him to enter a user nickname. A nickname? How intriguing. Could this be a chat application? The young man entered his commonly used online moniker, Heartless. The Gemini system is analyzing your personality. 1. 10. The young recluse scoffed derisively. Analyze my personality? I haven't input any information. How can you make an assessment? Nowadays, these online applications are increasingly unreliable, resorting to mere pretentiousness. User personality analysis complete. Dear friend before the screen, does this resonate with you? 1. Though you appear confident outwardly, there lies a restless and anxious side within. 2. You possess a strong desire for acceptance and approval. 3. At times, you may entertain impractical thoughts. 4. You are endowed with exceptional inspiration, and many rely on you. 5. You are overly stringent with yourself. 6. When you develop feelings for someone, you sometimes force yourself to conform to their expectations. 7. You have faced failures due to hasty decisions. Had you exhibited a touch more patience then, circumstances might have improved significantly. 8. You are honest, yet have encountered numerous misunderstandings. 9. You have regretted your choices, particularly when indecision precedes your final decision, worrying whether it is right or wrong. When you find yourself at a loss, you yearn to seek advice from friends, yet deep down, you already harbor an idea, merely awaiting affirmation. The young recluse gazed wide-eyed, absorbing every word. The more he read, the more astonished he became. This resonates with me. Is this not a reflection of my own existence? This system understands me remarkably well, perhaps even better than my closest friend. Indeed, the Gemini system comprehends every individual, now matching you with new friends who resonate with you the most. Immediately, the screen of his phone began to scroll, countless avatars flashing by at lightning speed. The young recluse felt an exhilarating surge of excitement within, fixated on the screen. Could it truly be as the post suggested? Might it help me discover a true confidant? Ding. User matched successfully. Counterpart ID. Heartbreaker. She is called Heartbreaker. I am named Heartless. What a coincidence. Trembling, the young recluse clicked on her avatar. Female, 23 years old, residing in the Jiangbei district. She was a girl. His breath quickened. The girl's avatar depicted the heroine of a rare foreign film, Rose Corner, named Lillian. His own avatar was the film's male lead, Adelaide. This. Few in the country should know of this film. Could she be a connoisseur of niche cinema as well? Tears welled in his eyes. I must get to know her. I cannot let this chance slip away. Ever since the breakup, he had drifted aimlessly for 2 years. Never had any event ignited such fervent desire within him. Hello, I am Zhenxiang. I am somewhat withdrawn, thus not adept at conversation, but the recluse edited his message, feeling painfully tongue-tied. Yet, she was the first to send a message. Hello, I am Lu Xiaoyan. I am also rather introverted, hence not very talkative, but I am eager to know you. As I sense we share numerous commonalities. Gazing at the nearly identical message to his own, the young recluse was utterly dumbfounded. This software is astonishingly brilliant. I am too embarrassed to face anyone. I have broken my word. In the current landscape of the internet market, shopping and socializing are indispensable services for nearly everyone. In terms of shopping, Huaxiazali has long been the industry leader. However, newcomers like Jingdong and Pinduoduo have risen, sharing the market. In the realm of socializing, the demand far surpasses that of shopping. Yet, one company remains unchallenged in dominance. There is not even a second contender. Whether through QQ or WeChat, they have consistently maintained a stronghold. Many have attempted to disrupt this domain, yet all challengers have returned defeated. For once users have established their social circles on a particular platform, even when presented with superior products, they are reluctant to switch. In the context of social tools, without conversation partners, all functionalities become meaningless. Yet, is WeChat truly unassailable? If one were to ascribe a definition to it, WeChat could be characterized as a platform for acquaintances, primarily a tool for connecting with familiar individuals. However, are people's social needs limited solely to acquaintances? Certainly not. If there exists a viable countermeasure to the empire of the penguin, it is the realm of unfamiliar social interactions. There is a term inextricably linked with unfamiliar socializing: loneliness. Ludi possesses a unique understanding of these two characters. Over the past 3 years, he has transitioned from being a favored individual to a part-time waiter. The pain from his eye injury has rendered him nearly incapable of engaging with others, as if he resides in an alternate universe. He has gained profound insights and has contemplated deeply, persistently questioning himself. Are there others in this world experiencing similar circumstances? This query remains unanswered. Yet, Ludi has come to realize that life is challenging, and joy is even more elusive. Everyone yearns for a confidant with whom they can share their innermost feelings, regardless of how introverted or reclusive they may be. Deep down, everyone wishes to transcend their current social circles and forge new friendships. Ludi recognized this as an opportunity to establish an entirely new internet business empire. 3 days ago, Ludi began to refine this notion. His understanding of human nature, coupled with the formidable analytical capabilities of his software, gave birth to Gemini, a mobile application dedicated to unfamiliar social interactions. The design, programming, development, and back-end services, tasks that would typically require months for an ordinary individual, were accomplished overnight by his software. The subsequent guessing game with prizes was a monumental promotional campaign for the Gemini application. At this moment, this grassroots individual, gazing at the rising sun from the mountaintop, embarked on his inaugural entrepreneurial venture, aiming directly at the Penguin Group. Meanwhile, the back-end data revealed a staggering surge in downloads and registrations for Gemini. Driven by immense curiosity, everyone sought to explore this phenomenon. Within 10 minutes, downloads surpassed 1 million. Within half an hour, they exceeded 10 million. In just 1 hour, the user count approached 100 million. Each user, upon registration, was profoundly impressed by the system's personality analysis. Some were exhilarated, others astonished, and some moved to tears. No one anticipated that a mobile application could so poignantly articulate the depths of their inner worlds. However, what followed was even more astonishing. Users would discover, amidst the vast sea of humanity, that there truly existed one or several strangers who resonated with their thoughts and feelings. Under the post by D-San, comments surged once more. This software is truly remarkable. It has the ability to analyze me, piercing directly to my emotional core. After 25 years of feeling like an outcast, I never imagined there could be someone in this world who shares my peculiarities. Haha, I met a fellow from Shishan on Gemini, and after just 3 minutes of conversation, we felt an instant connection, as if we had known each other forever. Initially, my wife was reluctant to allow me to download it. However, to my surprise, she has forged a new friendship on the platform. Now she supports my decision, proclaiming it to be a genuine haven for virtuous social interactions. Although I encountered a female acquaintance on Gemini, it was purely a meeting of souls, devoid of any ulterior motives. What a revelation it was to discover that the lovely girl upstairs has harbored a quiet affection for me. I am overwhelmed with joy and excitement. I have also reunited with my first love after 5 years of separation, and our connection remains as harmonious as ever. This application is truly remarkable. I intend to invite all my friends to join and make it a lifelong commitment. As I peruse these comments, Ludi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The analytical prowess of the platform is astounding, capable of monitoring everything. The Gemini platform diligently eliminates all illegal content and maintains a high standard of purity, preventing any morally questionable relationships from developing. For the unfamiliar social networking aspect of Gemini to endure, these are 2 essential principles that must be upheld. Meanwhile, major internet corporations, along with network specialists and economists, have finally taken notice of this overnight sensation, the Empire 3, alongside the Gemini application. It is truly astonishing. In just 1 hour, the download count soared past 100 million, an unprecedented achievement. A significant influx of users is still downloading. At this rate, within 3 hours, Gemini will ascend to the pinnacle of the download charts. Within an economic research institute, a seasoned professor, well past his 60s, gazes intently at the data displayed on the screen, his lips quivering slightly. This Empire 3 is anything but ordinary, with 2 rounds of lottery, costing 50 million for the first and 100 million for the second, totaling 150 million, though this figure appears substantial. It has afforded the Gemini application a measurable exposure. Utilizing conventional methods to achieve over 1 billion users would yield no definitive cost. Figures could range from hundreds of millions to even billions. Not to mention, this success was accomplished in a single night. Furthermore, the reviews are overwhelmingly positive. The marketing strategy is incredibly efficient, the technical execution is outstanding, and the understanding of market demand is remarkably precise. He is truly a commercial prodigy. At the headquarters of Penguin Group, the executives convened in the meeting room, acutely aware of the seismic shift that had transpired overnight, which instilled a genuine sense of crisis among them. A middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and inquired of the marketing director, "What exactly is the nature of this Gemini?" Mr. Lee, the owner of this app, is a newly registered tech company called Creator. How can a newly established company wield such power? Mr. Lee replied with a piercing gaze, "Surely, there are influential figures backing this Creator. Reach out to Chien-Du and Ali and inform them that matters like these require transparency. Let us engage in fair competition." The marketing director wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly anxious. "Mr. Lee, I have already investigated. Both companies are currently on high alert, fearful that Gemini might encroach upon their territory. Moreover, the sales director hesitantly addressed Mr. Lee. Since the launch of this Gemini, our user base has declined by 4, and the trend continues." "What?" Mr. Lee abruptly stood up, incredulous. "A 4 drop overnight? We have never experienced anything like this. With nearly 900 million users, a 4 decrease in active participation is no trivial matter. I have heard that this Gemini can analyze user personalities. What technology are they employing? Provide me with a copy." The sales director, visibly uncomfortable, replied, "Mr. Lee, we have tested it, but given the current capabilities of our technical team." Mr. Lee glared. "What? You cannot replicate it? I refuse to believe that there exists technology that our Penguin Group cannot duplicate." The sales director, trembling, stammered, "It's not that we cannot replicate their technology. Rather, we simply cannot comprehend it." In preparation for the creation of something extraordinary, Lu Di descended the mountain and strolled back to the Yin family estate. In the brief span of 20 minutes on the road, Gemini's user count had already surpassed 200 million, an astonishing doubling. Furthermore, the growth trend remains unstoppable. Although Gemini is currently entirely free, Lu Di is unconcerned, for the essence of internet philosophy lies in prioritizing users, or more precisely, the user base. Gemini has now taken the internet by storm, its functionalities widely acknowledged. Thus, the continuous growth of its user base is inevitable. Lu Di's role is to patiently await the evolution of Gemini. The realm of unfamiliar social interactions is merely one of Gemini's core highlights. Essentially, it remains a social network. In the future, Gemini will gradually evolve into a true social platform through the avenue of finding kindred spirits, one capable of rivaling Penguin, a platform users will find indispensable. By that time, with a sufficiently large user base, monetization avenues will abound. Games, financial management, shopping, video platforms, live streaming, and so forth. The derivative value of Gemini will possess limitless potential. Most importantly, the core code and technological capabilities of Gemini remain unparalleled. Contemplating this, Lu Di mused, "Magic child. Since Gemini has already launched, we must at least secure an office location. After all, this is not merely an individual endeavor, but a company." The magic child responded, "A trivial matter. What are your requirements?" Lu Di pondered for a moment before smiling. It must be sufficiently upscale, grand, and imposing enough to deter others. The tallest building in Haishur, the Roding Tower in the CBD, specifically the top 3 floors, 87, 88, and 89, complete with a small golf course and a helicopter landing pad on the rooftop. In total, 532 square meters, accommodating 400 workstations for independent conference rooms, 13 private offices, a standalone coffee bar, a dedicated restaurant, and a 300 square meter modernly decorated executive office. The office spaces are to be fitted to business center standards, with professional security and 24-hour access control. Within the same building, 5 subsidiaries of Fortune 500 companies and 16 publicly listed companies reside. Is Mr. Lu satisfied? With a slight smile, Lu Di replied, "I shall purchase it. Moreover, This entity has meticulously sifted through a staggering 100,000 resumes online, selecting 3 marketing directors. For design directors, 6 network engineering directors, as well as human resource managers, customer service representatives, and 200 seasoned programmers, culminating in a total of 330 exceptional employees. I am currently engaging with them under a virtual identity, as there are indeed daily operations that require management. The requisite formalities for the creator company have been duly applied for, and I anticipate their completion within 3 days. I have also placed orders for office supplies and renovations online. Just 30 seconds ago, I acquired the office space at Rounding Building at a price exceeding the market rate by 10, and the contract is presently under signature. Upon absorbing the arrangements made by the wizard, Ludi could not help but exhale a sigh. Wizard, how fortunate I am to have you. Otherwise, I would truly be at my wit's end. However, I am certain that I shall not be stationed frequently at the creator company. While we do not lack talent, we are in dire need of a trustworthy individual. After pondering for a moment, Ludi raised his hand, retrieving his phone, and dialed a number. At Hangmao Mall, in the GOG clothing store, a Jia was busy counting merchandise in preparation for opening when his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Ludi. What brings you to call me out of the blue? Ajia wiped his brow and replied with a jovial tone. Ajia, I recall you once mentioned during university that you harbored entrepreneurial dreams, wishing to punch Google and kick Microsoft. Ludi responded with a chuckle. Indeed, who has harbored dreams? But that was in the past. Why are you bringing this up now? Ajia replied. I remember you had a poster above your bed that read, Do not waste the daylight, for youth shall not return. Doesn't this translate to a reminder to pursue your dreams? Ludi paused momentarily, his tone growing somber. I have started a company, and everything is prepared. Would you consider joining me? Ajia fell silent on the other end of the line. Ludi's reminder stirred within Ajia thoughts long buried, reigniting a passion that had been dormant for too long. Ludi remained silent, patiently awaiting Ajia's response, well aware that Ajia was an astute individual, fully cognizant of his future with Sun Lily. Yet, Ajia's innate stubbornness made him reluctant to relinquish anything easily. After a prolonged silence, Ajia finally spoke. Are you certain I can manage? I am well aware of your talents. Very well, he replied slowly. Hearing Ajia's reluctant acceptance, Ludi exhaled in relief. At last, Ajia had come to terms with it. Ajia, why are you dawdling? Hurry and prepare the merchandise. We are about to open. Sun Lily called out impatiently from within the GG store, observing Ajia, who was momentarily lost in thought, gripping his phone. Ajia slowly turned, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented determination. He stood tall, exuding an aura that starkly contrasted with the obsequious little clerk he had once been. Sun Lily, I have served you for 3 whole years, yet you have never offered me a smile. Today, I quit. Ajia spoke as he kicked aside a pile of clothes, striding forward with his head held high. Upon reaching the doorway, he suddenly halted, slowly turning back to say, Moreover, Sun Lily, the name Ajia is no longer yours to utter. Remember this well. I am Zhang Tianjia. Ludi, let us depart early. An esteemed guest is visiting the company today. The voice of Yan Qingwen broke the tranquility as Ludi was stretching in the Yan family's estate. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback. Yan Qingwen approached, carrying a meal box. Today, she wore an exquisite black dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Rather than being tied up in a ponytail, her demeanor exuded a more mature and alluring charm. Most notably, she had applied makeup. In Ludi's recollection, Yan Qingwen had always appeared barefaced. This formidable woman seemed indifferent to her appearance, neglecting to adorn herself. Evidently, today's guest was indeed of great significance. Shaking his head, Ludi sent a message to Ajia for PM, Rounding Building. In the car, Yan Qingwen placed the meal box beside Ludi. You probably didn't have time to eat, so I brought you these buns that Sister Lu made. Her voice resonated softly. What is happening today? Your demeanor has changed dramatically. Ludi remarked with a smirk. Flattery without cause is suspicious, he quipped. Suspicious? You know I can eat. There are 30 buns here, enough to stuff you. Yan Qingwen retorted with a hint of annoyance. Ludi chuckled wickedly, maneuvering the luxury car with one hand while devouring a bun with the other. I wonder if this is the image of a successful man in your eyes? Such a tease. Yin Qingwen turned her head, gazing helplessly out the window. Energy supply detected. DNA optimization increased by 0. 2. Energy supply detected. New human physical refinement value increased by 0. 1. 5 minutes later, all 30 bonds had vanished, much to Yin Qingwen's indifference. After a brief silence, she finally inquired, Lu Di, where do you acquire such wealth? Lu Di pondered for a moment, tilting his head. I co-founded a company with friends, called The Creators. A company? The Creators? Yin Qingwen sighed, the name sounding rather untrustworthy. Lu Di, if you need assistance, feel free to ask. If you wish for my trust, you must also trust me. You do not always have to appear strong. Her tone was unexpectedly gentle, seemingly attempting to preserve the man's dignity. She had inquired meticulously about Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin's experiences at the casino last night. Lu Di had gambled there, with stakes reaching into the hundreds of millions. Yet, throughout the ordeal, no one had witnessed him actually produce any money. In the underground gambling world, nothing was certain. Who could ascertain what those 100 million or 1 billion truly represented? After all, hearing is but a shadow, while seeing is believing. A staggering sum of 10 billion in cash deposits, utterly astonishing. Yin Qingwen simply cannot fathom it. Or rather, it defies all logic that such an occurrence could transpire with Lu Di. TSK, what has come over this woman today? Has she truly turned over a new leaf? Lu Di, scratching his head, remarked, if you insist, I do have a few secrets to share with you. Yin Qingwen suddenly perked up, inquiring, what secrets? I sing quite melodiously, Lu Di grinned, clearing his throat in preparation for a song. Ahem. Instantly, Yin Qingwen wilted. Thank you, but I would prefer not to listen. You should concentrate on driving instead. At the Ingji group, today was distinctly different from the norm. As they ascended the staircase, numerous employees craned their necks in anticipation. It seemed they were eagerly awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. Upon reaching her office, Yin Qingwen instructed her secretary to brew tea and prepare coffee, equally caught up in the excitement. In an adjacent room, Lu Di gazed through the glass window at the poised Yin Qingwen, feeling somewhat perplexed. Beside him, Zhao Qianshan was brimming with enthusiasm, her hands incessantly rubbing together. The fragrance of her perfume was so overpowering that it nearly brought tears to Lu Di's eyes. At that moment, the door to Yin Qingwen's office swung open, revealing 2 individuals. The foremost man, clad in a tailored British suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of refinement. Following him was a man in his 40s. Sharp-featured, but with a bruised mouth, a patch applied to his lip, Ouyang Fingyu and his sycophant. Upon sighting Zhao Ze, one of the vice presidents of the Ingji group, Lu Di smirked. Indeed, the bounty from Black Fox proved to be quite effective, though it was still early in the day. It appeared that Zhao Ze had already lost a tooth. However, these 2 fools were clearly not the individuals Yin Qingwen was awaiting. Upon entering the office, Ouyang Fingyu offered a subtle smile towards Yin Qingwen. After taking a seat, he casually surveyed the entire room. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he exclaimed, where are the 3 vases that Vice President Zhao sent you? Yin Qingwen responded with an apologetic smile. I accidentally broke them. Broke them? Ouyang Fingyu sat up, reproaching her. Who dared to break such valuable vases? Yin Qingwen sighed in exasperation. It was none other than that Lu Di fellow. He shattered all 3 vases on his first day in the office. Lu Di, a flicker of anger crossed Ouyang Fingyu's face, setting aside the matter of the vases. The method of the deadly formation was something he had acquired at great expense. He had paid that monk from Taiga country a staggering 7 million. Ouyang Fingyu abruptly turned around, peering through the glass curtain wall to glance at Lu Di, who was flashing a dazzling smile and waving at him from the secretary's room. Even Yin Qingwen was momentarily taken aback. Lu Di's handsome visage, combined with such a genuine smile, exuded an almost childlike innocence. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fingyu's mouth twitched, almost wishing to grind his teeth to dust. In a room filled with so many items, he had not touched a single one during his first visit. Yet he had deliberately shattered the key element of my deadly formation. It was intentional. This young man is indeed extraordinary. In Ouyang Fingyu's eyes, no matter how enthusiastic Lu Di appears, he perceives only 2 words, mockery. Damn it, Why has he the Black Fox made a move yet? I can hardly bear to see this little brat for another day. However, Ouyang Fingyu's depth of character is profound. He must maintain a semblance of dignity. He stiffly raised his hand, preparing to return a gesture to Lu Di, only to witness Lu Di suddenly retract his smile. Turning to Zhao Qianqian and beckoning her with his finger. Qianqian, come here. I have a question for you. Ugh, what do you want to ask? Ouyang Fingyu's hand, which had just been lifted, froze in midair. His face turned a shade of purple with rage. Ignoring me? Flirting instead? Meanwhile, Lu Di completely disregarded Ouyang Fingyu, smiling as he asked Zhao Qianqian, with such a grand occasion today, who are we waiting for? You don't even know? Zhao Qianqian leaned closer, her eyes wide with excitement. The song God Di is coming to our company soon. Wait, what? Lu Di blinked in utter disbelief. Yet, Zhao Qianqian, with a mischievous grin, added, can you believe it? Even I can hardly believe it. It feels like a dream. Gasp. Not only is it hard to believe, it feels as if I've been struck by lightning. Lu Di sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. Lu Di, you have no idea. Last night, Chairman Yin suddenly issued an order, stating that our Group's latest sales task for home medical equipment is entirely entrusted to Manager Wen. This sales task is of utmost importance to the group, and Manager Wen is under immense pressure. At this point, Zhao Qianqian, who had initially worn a worried expression, suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, but isn't it a coincidence? Manager Wen has an old classmate who is the owner of an entertainment agency. And the song God Di happens to be one of his artists. At this critical moment, Manager Wen's old classmate stepped forward and offered to have Di help us with the promotion. Manager Wen is simply too fortunate. I wish I had such a classmate. I've heard that individual is a returnee, tall and handsome, with an impressive demeanor. Most importantly, the fact that his entertainment company managed to sign Di indicates he is extraordinarily wealthy. As Zhao Qianqian spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Lu Di, don't you think this is remarkable? Heh. Lu Di's lips twitched slightly. This indeed is a classmate of divine caliber. A deity like Di. At the entrance of the Ingji group, 3 Maybachs abruptly halted before the main gate. A striking young man alighted first, followed by a glamorous female secretary and a host of bodyguards. The youth surveyed the Ingji group building and glanced around. After 3 years of striving overseas, I have finally returned to Haishur today. Ingji group, the Yin family. From this moment forth, none of you shall underestimate me. El Zimming. The youth laughed heartily and strode confidently into the Ingji group. Inside the office, upon the arrival of the young man, Yin Qingwen and Ouyang Fingyu promptly stood to greet him. Zimming, it's been a long time, Yin Qingwen said with a somewhat reserved smile. Ah, brother Zimming, it's good to see you well. Ouyang Fingyu approached Lu Zimming, warmly patting him on the shoulder. The crowd couldn't help but glance behind Lu Zimming. Brother Zimming, has Teacher Di not arrived yet? Ouyang Fingyu inquired with an elegant smile. Lu Zimming shook his head and made his way to the sofa, casually sitting down with one leg crossed over the other. How could Teacher Di travel casually? Today's matters will be communicated through me. What? So Teacher Di is not here? The crowd displayed expressions of disappointment. Only Ouyang Fingyu's countenance changed swiftly. He chuckled and poured a cup of tea for Lu Zimming. Brother Zimming is absolutely right. Teacher Di cannot venture out at will. Otherwise, wouldn't our Ingji group's office be overwhelmed? Lu Zimming smiled subtly, his expression filled with pride. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? What stature does Teacher Di hold now? With 600 million fans, he is the national singing deity, wielding international influence. Every action of his can incite a tremendous wave of enthusiasm. Just the other day, he casually entered a small streamer's live broadcast. What was the result? That stream garnered 300 million views in one night, with 130 million in gifts. That streamer has since become the most popular. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Fingyu nodded repeatedly. Of course, we all understand Teacher Di's influence. If he were to endorse our group's latest household products, the sales figures would be astonishing. That goes without saying, Lu Zimming said, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. He turned to Yin Qingwen and remarked, in my first year studying abroad, I met Teacher Di in a bar. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was extraordinary. Over the years, I have supported his musical endeavors, and indeed, The heavens do not forsake the diligent. He rose to fame with a promising future. To express his gratitude, he turned down countless talent agencies and signed with my Walter Talent Agency first. Now I exclusively hold the performance resources of Teacher DE. Yin Qingwen and Ouyang Fingyu were increasingly excited, their hearts filled with anticipation. Ouyang Fingyu sighed, "Brother Ziming, I truly did not misjudge you. Giving roses leaves fragrance in one's hand. Your ability to sign Teacher DE today is a testament to your generous character. Our group is incredibly fortunate to collaborate with Teacher DE through you. The 300 million appearance fee you mentioned is absolutely acceptable. We can sign the contract today." Lu Ziming dismissively nodded. "The 300 million appearance fee is merely a concession for the sake of my old classmate Wenwen. Otherwise, the debut appearance of Teacher DE would be priceless." Then, Lu Ziming tapped the table. "Now that the price is settled, let us discuss the performance plan." Upon hearing this, Yin Qingwen's eyes suddenly lit up. After receiving Lu Ziming's call last night, she had been so excited that she couldn't sleep, and had crafted a marketing strategy for a new product overnight, eager to meet Teacher DE today to finalize the details. Suddenly, her father assigned her a new product marketing task, causing her immense pressure. However, with the addition of DE, her confidence soared. If the plan could be executed smoothly, the sales of the new product would undoubtedly succeed. Just as Yin Qingwen prepared to turn and retrieve the plan, she suddenly heard Ouyang Fingyu laughing. "Brother Ziming, the plan must be comprehensive. Look, I have prepared it all along." Ouyang Fingyu took the lead, pulling a stack of proposals from his briefcase and handing it to Lu Ziming. Yin Qingwen was taken aback. "Brother-in-law, what is this?" "It's the marketing plan. I collaborated with Vice President Zhao all night to devise it." Ouyang Fingyu wore a seemingly amiable smile, but internally he scoffed. "Yin Qingwen, you are still too naive. With the new product launch, coupled with DE as the spokesperson, how could I, Ouyang Fingyu, possibly miss such a splendid opportunity? However, brother-in-law, this task has already been assigned to me by father." Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow. "We are all family. Why the division?" Ouyang Fingyu turned to Lu Ziming with a chuckle. "Ziming, take a look at my plan and see if there is anything amiss." Fuming internally, Yin Qingwen was unwilling to back down and turned to retrieve her own proposal, placing it on the table before Lu Ziming as well. Ingji Group presents the Super Concert of the Singing God DE at Haisher Stadium. Ingji Group, in collaboration with the Singing God DE Charity Gala for Disabled Children. Lu Ziming observed the two proposals before him, his smile growing ever more pronounced. "Ouyang Fingyu, yours is a super concert, high-end, trendy, explosive, and grand. Wenwen, yours is a charity gala, public good, compassion, and warmth. Indeed, and moreover, many of our new products are home devices aimed at preventing childhood illnesses, aiding disabled children. It aligns perfectly with our products." Yin Qingwen retorted defiantly. "Oh dear, this puts me in a difficult position." Lu Ziming smirked slightly, placing his hands behind his head. "You within the Yin family have yet to reach a consensus, yet you hastily summoned me here? The reason I am here today is that your esteemed father invited me to attend your family's banquet in 4 days. I specifically inquired about your recent situation, Wenwen, and learned of your group's effort to promote new products. Your father mentioned that there is a talented young man persistently pursuing you. He suggested that we young people meet at the banquet to exchange ideas." Lu Ziming grinned mischievously. "Wenwen, are you not considering me again? I pursued you fervently for 2 years back then and still reminisce about it." Subsequently, pointing at the proposals on the table, Lu Ziming added, "If you agree to continue developing with me, I would not hesitate to choose your charity gala today." With that, his gaze unabashedly swept over Yin Qingwen's figure. It was then that Yin Qingwen realized that Ouyang Fingyu harbored such intentions. During his university years, Lu Ziming was notorious for being a flamboyant playboy. Yin Qingwen cast a glance at the alluring secretary behind Lu Ziming, her bosom teasingly resting against his shoulder. Lu Ziming, ever the lecher, had not altered his nature even now. Yin Qingwen coldly stated, "Lu Ziming, work is work. As for us, there was never a possibility before, and there will be none in the future." Initially, Lu Ziming frowned slightly, but then burst into hearty laughter. In his heart, Yin Qingwen's aloof demeanor only ignited his desire for conquest even more. "In that case, I shall give these two proposals considerable thought. As for when they will be finalized, Let us wait for your Yin family's banquet. But tell me, if old Master Yin were to discover that I rejected Wenwen's proposal, would he be disappointed? Lu Ziming smiled knowingly. Meanwhile, Yin Qingwen's expression darkened. Speaking of which, is the young talent that old Master Yin mentioned currently at the company? I am quite eager to meet him, Lu Ziming remarked casually, a mischievous grin on his face. Suddenly, a crisp metallic sound echoed in the quiet room. The crowd turned towards the sound and beheld a young man in a white shirt leaning against the corner. He lit a cigarette with a gleaming Zippo lighter, the flame flickering the light. Goodness, are you human or ghost? When did you arrive? Lu Ziming exclaimed, startled. What kind of ghost smokes? Are you blind? Lu Di, cigarette in mouth, casually took a seat on the nearby sofa. What did you say? Lu Ziming, now furious, made to stand up. Lu Di flicked the ash from his cigarette and declared, I am the young talent that old Master Yin spoke of, currently serving as a driver for the Yingji group. What? A driver? Lu Ziming was torn between anger and amusement. You dare to call yourself a young talent, and as a driver? You have the audacity to insult my eyesight? Lu Di shrugged and grinned. Indeed, I have serious doubts about your vision. You, with a mere 5-day-old entertainment company, claim to have signed DE? Are you sure you didn't sign the neighbor's uncle instead? Just because you say he is DE, does that make it so? Lu Di exhaled a puff of smoke, adding today, I sit here to see just who this so-called teacher from DE truly is. Lu Ziming, instead of growing angry, only smiled. I anticipated that some of you would doubt me, which is why, before I set off, I specifically asked Teacher DE to record a video. Today, I shall allow you to behold the true visage of Teacher DE. As he spoke, Lu Ziming retrieved his phone and played a video for the gathering. In the footage, a figure clad in a white shirt sat before a piano, the graceful fingers gently pressing down on the keys. As the melody of the future is promising began to play, then the individual slowly began to speak, a force long forgotten suddenly resurfacing in the unexpected night, filled with promise for the future. Although merely 2 lines of lyrics, the exquisite timbre and ethereal high notes were utterly intoxicating, despite the low volume of the video. It was evident that the sound bore a striking resemblance to that in the video featuring the renowned singer. Subsequently, the young man turned his head slowly, revealing an extraordinarily handsome visage. He smiled warmly, his voice resonating with a clear and ethereal quality. Greetings to all friends at the Yingji group. I am the singer DE. Regarding the collaboration and promotion of products, I leave the decision entirely to Brother Ziming. I look forward to our encounter. The crowd was momentarily lost in thought. So this is what the divine singer DE looks like. Clean and attractive, akin to the boy next door. Lu Ziming put away his phone, casting a look at the crowd that seemed to say, who could be more deserving than me? How fortunate we are to have seen DE's face. Should we not express our gratitude? Lu Di was nodding vigorously. This imitation is quite well done. Just as the video was playing, the prodigy had already analyzed the results. 1 original sound, 99 synthesized. The true identity of the lad in the video was merely a student from a second-rate music academy. He was nothing more than a DE crafted with tuning software. Lu Di muttered, Mr. Lu, I must commend you. Now you understand the gap between us. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lu Ziming once again sat down with an air of confidence. Ziming is indeed exceptional. DE is but his younger brother. The future is limitless. I wish to make an agreement with Mr. Lu. Lu Di suddenly spoke up, his expression brimming with mirth. Do you desire DE's autograph or a photo? Lu Ziming replied, his demeanor radiating pride. Speak, what shall we agree upon? Let us agree that if I discover your DE is a counterfeit, shall I break your left leg or your right leg? Lu Di gazed at Lu Ziming with a smile, sitting casually, exuding confidence. You. For some reason, Lu Ziming felt a sense of panic at Lu Di's provocative words. He found himself unable to become angry. Instead, he felt a tremor of fear within. The carefully crafted words he had prepared slipped from his mind. Lu Di, what nonsense are you spouting? This is utterly unreasonable. The evidence is right before us. Why are you causing such a ruckus? Ziming is our vital partner. It is not your place to meddle. Ouyang Fengyu stood resolutely in front of Lu Di, exuding an air of righteousness. Yin Qingwen, too, appeared helpless. Though she always found something peculiar about DE in the video, she had entertained similar thoughts to Lu Di. However, she could not allow Lu Di to continue his disturbance. She pressed her lips together and said, "Lu Di, you need not concern yourself with the performance. Did we not agree yesterday to deliver the equipment to Lord Tuo? You should go now. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return." "Very well." Lu Di shook his head with a smile. As he turned his gaze back to Lu Ziming, his eyes suddenly sharpened. He articulated each word with anticipation. "I eagerly await your concert," and acknowledged his right leg. A moment ago, an incident had occurred. In the dilapidated three-story building of the free hospital run by Old Master Tuo, Lu Di stood silently after having just arranged the medical equipment. On the tattered sofa, Old Master Tuo cradled a half bottle of Erguo Tu, his face flushed and slightly inebriated. This disheveled old man, rich in stories, not only saved Lu Di's life, but also was the only person Lu Di genuinely admired in his early years. He possessed a great love, yet remained uncontentious. "Old Master Tuo, I truly do not comprehend how one can remain as tranquil as you," Lu Di suddenly inquired. "Are you upset?" Old Master Tuo opened one eye, casting a sideways glance at Lu Di. "Have you faced some adversity outside, or been mistreated?" Lu Di smiled faintly. "I am merely a bit perplexed." "Ah, life is so complex, and human emotions are the hardest to navigate. When one attempts to dissect reason, it seems akin to dividing wine and water, leaving it tasteless. You are merely overthinking, trapping yourself," Old Master Tuo remarked. "I am old and frail, thus my temperament is calm. But you, being young, should be bold and fierce. Once you release that fire within, you will find relief." "I dare not." Lu Di shook his head slightly. "Dare not?" Old Master Tuo laughed heartily, taking a swig of Erguo Tu. "In the past 3 years, you have endured a level 9 pain, working 3 jobs in a restaurant. Yet you still return with a smile to care for your child. Others may not understand you, but I do. Deep within, you possess a fierce spirit." Old Master Tuo's nonchalant words startled Lu Di. Indeed, he had once plummeted into despair, struggling without a glimmer of hope. What had sustained him through it all? Lu Di had already found the answer within himself. It was that relentless determination, that fierce resolve to press forward. If he were too kind-hearted, forgetting that fierce spirit, would he not regress to his former self? "I'm not blind. I can tell you've been thriving recently," Old Master Tuo remarked, reclining and brushing peanut shells off the battered table with his foot, revealing a sketch portrait. "I also have another piece of wisdom: be fierce when necessary, and avoid trouble when possible. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat is the mark of a true commander. For some troubles, once encountered, lead to deep waters and fiery trials, from which escape is impossible." Lu Di glanced at the portrait on the table. The youthful face depicted was unmistakably his own. "This?" Lu Di voiced his confusion. "Isn't that you, you little rascal?" The bank youth being sought by the military far and wide. Lu Di scratched his head in exasperation. "Enough of your nonsense. I'm going to sleep. If there is nothing else, be off with you." Old Master Tuo's temperament was well known to Lu Di. As he observed the old man's eyes closing in slumber, Lu Di refrained from saying more and turned to leave. As I approached the door, I heard the distant voice of Master Tuo. "The judgments of right and wrong are often influenced by the hearts of men. The scales of good and evil are weighed before the King of Hell." Why is this so? It is because each individual's inner cultivation, experiences, and perspectives vary greatly. There are indeed many who, upon meeting you, form baseless conjectures. Remember, while one may confront the common dog, certain matters of conscience should never be approached. "Understood, Master Tuo." In front of the Rongting building in the CBD, Lu leaned against a tree, seemingly gazing into the distance, yet truly observing the data before him. The download rates for the Gemini app were astonishingly swift. After just 8 hours, they had surpassed 400 million. Moreover, user engagement remained exceptionally high. In a mere day, they achieved what took Penguin 5 years. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. 30 minutes prior, the Gemini software had once again updated its features based on one-on-one chat functionality, introducing the group chat feature, Interests. This appeared to be a forum-like group chat, but it concealed vast potential. When users click the Interests button, they are instantly transported to a new realm. If you are an angler, the interface would present a vast azure sea teeming with lively fish. If you are a photography enthusiast, The interface would showcase magnificent landscapes and dynamic, realistic figures. With over 3,000 categories of hobbies, each category can accommodate an unlimited number of participants. Within each category, individuals are meticulously filtered through precise algorithms to connect with like-minded enthusiasts. Each hobby segment is further divided into amateurs, professionals, and aficionados. Here, all individuals share common interests, passions, and mutual appreciation. Countless netizens find instant rapport, engaging in lively discussions and lamenting the late timing of their encounters, while enjoying spirited conversations and exchanging experiences. Users can also share their photos and videos. I was utterly astonished. Initially, I entered casually, not intending to leave. This group chat is remarkably sophisticated, filled entirely with fellow violin enthusiasts, just like me. My group is even more impressive, composed solely of Transformers collectors. I had searched for 2 years without success. This software has once again delighted me. Never before has there been a forum that could truly gather such a multitude of genuine racing aficionados. Haha. My old travel buddies have finally found their sanctuary. OMG, I encountered the legendary Waitian in this group. This software is extraordinary and remarkably precise, enabling me to find my familiar domain and seamlessly integrate. If this software continues on its current trajectory, will it not overthrow all existing forums? The implications are terrifying. In the comments section of the software, a plethora of talent emerges. Naturally, some have recognized the ambition behind the interests section. As they have stated, if this section continues to develop, it aims to supplant all types of forums. The internet has evolved to a point where nearly every field boasts its own dedicated forum: the football section, football world community, the automotive section, car friends forum, and the literary enthusiast textual time and space, among countless others. There are many large-scale portal websites among them. However, the main challenge faced by these forums lies in their inability to accurately identify and attract users. This issue is non-existent for Gemini. With the formidable computational prowess of the Magic Child, it can effortlessly discern user preferences through a few steps of information retrieval, enabling precise categorization in an instant. This programming is a technology that leaves competitors in the dust. Everyone possesses their own passions and yearns to connect with like-minded individuals to share their interests. This fundamental aspect of human nature is at the core of the development of interests. Once all hobby sections under interests achieve stability, Gemini will simultaneously gain authority in various fields. After all, from a merchant's perspective, if your target customers congregate in a particular forum, the promotional resources within that forum become a coveted battleground. When an automotive group launches a new off-road model, they will undoubtedly seek to promote it in the Interests Off-Road Enthusiasts section. Similarly, when a mobile phone manufacturer unveils a new device, they will certainly turn to the Interest Mobile Experts section for promotion, such as the gathering of diverse customer resources and the command of authoritative discourse in various fields. This encapsulates the true purpose behind Lou D's creation of interests. I will continue to update this later. Do not wait up, rest early, and tomorrow you can catch up while sitting on the toilet. 55. CEO Jiao at the headquarters of the Penguin Group. The spacious conference room is filled with high-ranking officials of the entire group. The atmosphere is exceedingly oppressive. As the vice president of business for the group, Li Dowd furrows his brow. On the large screen, a 30-page analysis of the new features of the Gemini app is displayed. Mr. Li, this new feature of Gemini's interest has transformed their customer service from one-on-one to one-to-many. The appeal of their product has expanded beyond merely finding kindred spirits to include a community of like-minded customers. The ability of this group to draw each other in is quite formidable. This feature has only been live for 30 minutes, and their user base has surged again, nearing 600 million. They are closing in on us. Enough, Li Dowd interjects, waving his hand impatiently to halt his subordinate's report. Have we identified the company behind Gemini? Yes, the registrant is named D-San, and the company is located at the Rongting building in the CBD. A secretary-like individual immediately reports. D-San. I have not heard of them. They are likely a newcomer. Furthermore, their company is currently not profitable, so their funds should be limited. Li Dowd ponders for a moment before proclaiming loudly, Vice President Situ. I'm here. You go to their company for a meeting. Since we cannot replicate their technology, we shall negotiate for an acquisition. I will grant you 5 billion. No, 10 billion in authority. Secure the funds and make it happen. No one can, nor dares to refuse the acquisition by my Penguin Group. Upon hearing this sum, the middle-aged man referred to as Vice President Situ is momentarily taken aback. Feeling the weight of immense pressure, he nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Mr. Lee, I guarantee success. At that moment, in front of the Rongting building, Lu Di, engrossed in data, was suddenly patted sharply on the shoulder. Quietly sneaking up behind him was a Jia, preparing to pull Lu Di into an embrace. Stifling laughter, he exerted himself with a sudden force. Whoa, what? A Jia nearly stumbled over himself. Lu Di stood there casually, his physique remarkably stable, akin to a steadfast mountain. Lu Di, you've got quite the build, a Jia exclaimed, eyes wide. Observing a Jia, who seemed rejuvenated, Lu Di chuckled. I've been exercising lately, and it appears you've regressed. What nonsense, a Jia retorted, scratching his head while gazing up at the towering Ronding building with its over 80 floors. You're not telling me your company is located here? The rent must be exorbitant. Come with me and you'll find out, Lu Di replied with a mysterious smile, taking the lead. Entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the 87th floor. Goodness, you've chosen quite a high floor, a Jia remarked. Upon reaching the 87th floor, a row of offices lined either side of the hallway, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view, uplifting the spirits inexplicably. These offices were yet to be occupied. With only a few workers making minor adjustments, the two navigated through the narrow corridor. Lu Di remained focused ahead while a Jia marveled aloud. What kind of person could afford such splendid offices? A Jia, I'm working on an internet project, specifically in instant messaging. Moreover, the first version has just been completed and launched yesterday, Lu Di explained. A Jia, upon hearing this, suddenly became serious. Lu Di continued, your task will be to assemble a team and manage daily operations. As for me, I prefer to keep my identity under wraps for now. So any public appearances will be your responsibility. Our company is well-funded, technologically equipped, and adequately staffed. You need not worry about any of that. A Jia's eyes widened with astonishment. Lu Di, you're not joking, are you? Of course not, my brother. My capabilities are formidable. Lu Di replied with a grin. Formidable? To what extent? By then, the two had traversed the 87th floor and, through the stairwell, reached the 88th floor. Lu Di, as if strolling through a marketplace, chuckled. We're strong enough to turn away the throngs of venture capital firms, investment companies, and large groups seeking to acquire us. A Jia laughed heartily. Brother, having entrepreneurial dreams is commendable, but your boasting is a bit much. They continued their leisurely walk until they arrived at the 89th floor, which featured a vast open space. Lu Di smirked. Once those companies come knocking, it will be you dealing with them. Unless absolutely necessary, I want to make an appearance. You're still joking, a Jia said, taking in the splendid office environment, feeling quite pleased. Let us first focus on securing such a spacious office. Lu Di chuckled softly. Let us agree that you will henceforth be the CEO of this company, while I shall assume the role of an invisible board member, doing nothing but counting the profits. You rascal! In our modest startup, we seem to have concocted an array of unnecessary titles. The CEO is merely a brick, to be moved wherever needed. The CEO is a Jia, the secretary is also a Jia, and even the janitor is a Jia. Aha! Years of camaraderie have forged an unbreakable bond between the two. Amidst their laughter, they ascended to the expansive rooftop terrace, which was as vast as a football field. It boasted a helicopter landing pad, a small golf course, and an infinity pool, truly the epitome of opulence. TSK, TSK, the wickedness of capital. Though a Jia cursed under his breath, his eyes sparkled with aspiration. A Jia, we have known each other for 7 years, haven't we? Lu Di continued to stroll. You are among the few individuals in this world whom I can trust wholeheartedly. Of course, you have been my unwavering supporter, never underestimating me through thick and thin. Needless to say, who else would treat you in such a manner? A Jia retorted. You know that the moment you call, I drop everything to rush over. A Jia blinked, his eyes slightly misty. Stop with the melodrama. Just tell me straight, are you short on cash? My savings of 150. 000 is ready to be deposited at any moment. Lu Di pursed his lips and nodded. I will provide you with the company's financial account details. You can manage it as you see fit. Of course, Aegea's funds were unnecessary. The financial account for the creator company had already been established by Mo Tong, complete with a circulating capital of 5 billion. I have compiled the business details and future plans into a document, which I have sent to your email. Even for a top student from Haida University like you, it should keep you occupied for several days, Lu Di added. You're indeed swift. Already laying out the groundwork for me. As they spoke, they reached the edge of the terrace. Before them lay the magnificent view of the entire city, an awe-inspiring sight. By the way, leaning against the railing, Aegea suddenly inquired, You just led me through 3 floors. Where exactly is our company? Lu Di gazed into the distance, pondered for a moment, and smiled. Everywhere, including this very terrace beneath our feet. What? That's 3 entire floors. Aegea exclaimed in shock. What kind of company are you running? Lu Di shrugged calmly. The company is named Creator, and we currently have only one product. Gemini? Wow. Aegea gasped once more, nearly losing his footing and teetering on the edge of the 89th floor. I acknowledge my slow updates, being teased as the most confident author, despite only updating 2 chapters daily, particularly at midnight. Yes, at midnight. You see, I often post updates at 3 in the morning. I am truly dedicated. I need a little time to adjust my pace. Thank you to all my dear readers for your unwavering support. Lu Di and Aegea engaged in conversation for a full 2 hours, commencing with the online promotion of a prize quiz, progressing to the launch of the Gemini app, which amassed 600 million users, and culminating in the introduction of the interest feature. Naturally, Lu Di concealed certain aspects pertaining to the enigmatic magic child. He recounted to Aegea that he had independently developed Gemini and secured angel investment from a seasoned banker. Subsequently, he acquired the top 3 floors of the Rounding building. The online success of Gemini was nothing short of explosive. Aegea was not only aware of this, but was also a devoted user of the app. Moreover, being a distinguished student from Haisher Business University, he was acutely aware of the commercial value that the Gemini app possessed. However, as he listened to Lu Di's detailed account, Aegea's jaw dropped wider and wider, leaving him speechless for a whole hour and a half. He had no idea how much of the refreshing breeze from the 89th floor he had metaphorically swallowed. In Aegea's words, the marketing acumen residing in Lu Di's mind could only be encapsulated in both Chinese and English. It was simply impressive. Comrade Zhang Tianjia, now that you have ascended to the role of founder and CEO, shouldn't you match a fine steed with an equally fine saddle? Lu Di inquired with a grin. Aegea, jolted back to reality from his stupor, glanced awkwardly at his modest 200 yuan shirt and replied, You are absolutely right. I should take the time to procure an appropriate wardrobe. I happen to have a vacant villa and a Lamborghini, and I'll have someone deliver them to you. Lu Di responded nonchalantly. Just 10 minutes prior, he had sent a message to Black Fox, instructing them to deliver the villa keys and sports car, which Lu Di had won from Huang Mao at an underground casino, to the Rounding building. A villa, a Lamborghini, and it's unoccupied? Aegea stared at Lu Di in disbelief, managing to utter a few words from his throat. Yes, it's unoccupied. Lu Di then patted Aegea, who remained dazed on the rooftop, and stood to leave. He knew that Aegea would likely need several days to process this information. Little did anyone expect that the illustrious Zhang Tianjia, who would later astonish the entire realm of technology, began his journey as a creator in the unassuming setting of the Rounding building rooftop, utterly bewildered, with the assistance of the mysterious man, known only as D. San, whom Aegea revered as a deity. 20 minutes later, Lu Di drove a luxurious car, gliding smoothly along the streets of Haisher. Seated in the back was Yin Qingwen, her expression dark and brooding. The matter of inviting D.E. to assist in promoting the group's new product remained unresolved due to the unforeseen interference of Ouyang Fengyu, leaving Yin Qingwen, who was undertaking such a significant task for the first time, in a state of discontent. Lu Di stopped for a moment. Yin Qingwen suddenly spoke up. Lu Di, puzzled, replied, Aren't we headed to the estate yet? No rush. We need to take care of something first today. Yin Qingwen lifted her head and gently said, My father is preparing a banquet at the estate in 4 days, which will be attended by several young elites, as well as prominent figures from the older generation. His intention is for you to accompany me. Yan Qingwen hesitated for a moment before continuing. I am aware that you possess only this one outfit. However, given the nature of the occasion, your casual attire may be somewhat inappropriate. My intentions are not ill. I have a certain understanding of those individuals. They tend to judge others by appearances. I fear you may be looked down upon. She gestured towards a high-end bespoke suit store outside the window and forced a faint smile. This is the finest suit shop in Haishur, and I wish to gift you a suit. Oh, I see. Lu Di replied knowingly, nodding. Let us consider this a gesture of your concern for me, for which I am grateful. However, gatherings of your elite circles are inherently a display of power and status. If one is truly lacking, no amount of embellishment will change the perception. Should there be individuals among them who, relying on their superiority, scorn others, they are even less deserving of respect. For the sake of Master Yin, I shall attend, but whether in tattered rags or splendid attire, my response remains the same. Respect begets respect, and disdain shall be met with retribution. The machinations of a few privileged scions do not warrant my attention. Yan Qingwen sighed deeply. Lu Di, could you refrain from such extremities? Should any issues arise, my father and I will stand by your side. I merely wish for you to dress more formally. Thank you for your kind intentions, but it is unnecessary. Lu Di smiled faintly. Miss Yin, remember, the strong need not prove themselves. With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the luxurious car sped away, not pausing in front of the suit store. In the back seat, Yan Qingwen felt a pang of frustration but strove to compose herself. Lu Di, if you do not desire the suit, I have prepared a gift for you, which I hope you will accept. Lu Di was genuinely perplexed. What has gotten into this woman today? Behind him, an open box was slowly presented. Inside lay a simple black cord ending with a lustrous white pearl. Even in the daylight, the pearl emitted a subtle glow, seemingly fragile, yet imbued with an enduring power that appeared to never extinguish. Lu Di smirked slightly, recognizing the pearl's evident value. Are you attempting to buy my favor? Is your sense of guilt arriving a tad late? You are correct. This pearl holds significant worth. It is known as the Eye of the Eternal, and there exists but one in the world. Yan Qingwen's expression suddenly dimmed as she spoke softly. Lu Di, I have pondered much about you in recent days. Your peculiar behaviors, your fierce demeanor, do they not stem from a sense of despair? Lu Di was taken aback by her words. What are you implying, Miss Yan? Even if you feign nonchalance each day, the truth remains undeniable, she replied, her tone heavy. Your eyes, they are on the verge of blindness. Lu Di was momentarily at a loss for words. This woman truly possessed an extraordinary ability for association. The ailment of her eyes had long been cured by the demon child, and he had nearly forgotten it. Lu Di, I sincerely hope you do not lose faith. There is little I can offer, but this eternal eye is bestowed upon you. Its singular value lies in its unwavering flame, which shall never extinguish, regardless of how long it is buried. I earnestly wish that you, like it, will never succumb to darkness. Hiss. Yan Qingwen's bewildering words sent a chill down Lu Di's spine, stirring a hint of emotion within him. You are indeed quite bothersome, woman. Just set it down. The Yin family estate is situated in the picturesque Xioshan district of the western part of Haishur. The elevated terrain ensures that even during the sweltering summer, a refreshing breeze prevails, making it a renowned summer retreat. In the early morning, the lawn in front of the main building of the Yin estate was adorned with sunshades and elegantly arranged European-style long tables laden with refreshments. A dozen servants stood respectfully at attention. The wealthiest man in Haishur, Yin Hongxin, had returned to the estate a day prior. Aside from the Yin family's second daughter, Yin Siwen, who resided abroad, the other four daughters had gathered, along with their son-in-law, Ouyangfengyu. Today marked the occasion of the Yin family's grand banquet for their esteemed guests. At this moment, the elderly master of the Yin family sat beneath the shade, squinting at a young man clad in a white shirt and jeans, who stood in stark contrast to the surrounding assembly of formal suits. Fu, yes, sir. For some reason, the more I observe Lu Di, the more I find him likable. Do you not think his unique spirit bears some resemblance to my own youth? Sir, I perceive that Mr. Lu appears somewhat reserved today, as if he is not entirely at ease. The elderly master sighed. It is indeed a challenge for Lu Di. He hails from a humble background, and such a grand occasion is unfamiliar to him. With so many remarkable individuals gathered, it is only natural for him to feel a bit anxious. However, this is an essential experience for a young man, and I sincerely hope he matures swiftly, so that he may eventually stand independently for our Yin family. In the distance, Lu Di stood beneath a tree, his gaze somewhat vacant. It was no wonder Afta had misinterpreted him, as he appeared to be daydreaming. He was, in fact, analyzing the data for Gemini. Over the past 3 days, Gemini's download count had surged past the astonishing threshold of 800 million. It was but a stone's throw away from the long-established Penguin Group. Most importantly, the interest section had achieved remarkable success. With over 3,000 hobby categories, each was bustling with fervent enthusiasm. On Gemini, a staggering 90 of users, totaling 720 million, had discovered their niche interests. The uproar from various hobby forums across the internet had become overwhelming. In just 4 short days, Gemini was on the verge of driving them to the brink of despair. Meanwhile, the creator and CEO, Ajia, had been exceedingly busy these past few days. Operations were now on track, with personnel in place and the company in trial operation. He had turned down offers from over a dozen investment firms. Enterprises eager to place paid advertisements within interest have already formed a lengthy queue. The names of Gemini App, D-San, and Zhang Tianjia frequently graced the headlines of major financial news outlets. The creator, having emerged less than a week ago, boasts countless titles. Most Promising Company of the Year, Huaxia Star Enterprise, and Most Competitive Company internationally. This is merely the first step of a long journey. Lu Di smiled faintly, shutting his eyes to the data. When he turned his gaze back to the courtyard, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class and a Range Rover had already arrived, halting before the main building. El Zimming and another young man sporting gold-rimmed glasses exited the vehicles in succession. Zimming had met Uncle Yin before, as had Tianqing. The two approached the elder Yan, bowing slightly with a display of courtesy. "Haha, Zimming, Tianqing, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Ouyang Fingyu greeted them with great warmth, embracing each in turn before standing beside El Zimming. "Lu Di, come here for a moment," Elder Yin beckoned. "These two are the sons of my old friends. Just returned from overseas, each a remarkable success, truly exceptional." "Haha, allow me to introduce everyone," Ouyang Fingyu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, resting his arm on El Zimming's shoulder. "This is El Zimming, president of Walter Entertainment Company. To sum up his excellence in a single phrase, the sensational pop icon, Emperor E, who has recently captivated the nation, is one of his artists. Our group's new product launch is currently being discussed with Brother Zimming. Brother Zimming, we are hosting a banquet today at the Yin residence. Feel free to make any requests. You needn't worry about the servants. I, Ouyang Fengyu, will personally attend to you. Do give my proposal thoughtful consideration, haha? Consider it." El Zimming shot a disdainful glance at Lu Di, his expression one of pride. Ouyang Fengyu then approached the young man with gold-rimmed glasses, who also shone brightly in his own right. "Zhou Tianqing, founder of Me2 Company, undoubtedly a star in the business realm. Me2 is a national tourism enterprise that has developed 12 international travel routes, not to mention securing exclusive contracts for 3 tropical islands, offering bespoke high-end travel services. Due to its immense popularity, Me2 Company successfully secured 300 million in financing from Wall Street 2 months ago. I foresee that Brother Tianqing won't take long to take the company public. He is truly a paragon for our younger generation." Elder Yin nodded in satisfaction, casting a knowing glance toward Lu Di. Interestingly, both Zimming and Tianqing were university classmates of Wen Wen and had once courted her. "Haha, how embarrassing. Back in the day, my unrequited pursuit of women led me to travel the world in frustration. Little did I know, I would discover 12 hidden travel routes and successfully establish a company. However, there is one point where Brother Fengyu is mistaken. I did not secure 1 round of funding but 2, totaling 800 million. Moreover, I have earned the trust of my shareholders, holding 70 of the company's equity, with my current net worth around 30 billion. Zhou Tianqing feigned humility, turning to Yin Qingwen and remarked, "I am now a far cry from who I used to be." Yin Qingwen, feeling somewhat awkward, pointed to Lu Di to shift the conversation, saying, "Allow me to introduce you to this gentleman. He is." "No need for introductions. It's Lu Di, right? The benefactor of Wen Wen," Zhou Tianqing exclaimed, a hearty smile illuminating his face as he stepped forward to grasp Lu Di's hand firmly. He pretended to embrace him, leaning in close to whisper in Lu Di's ear, "Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your true nature. You are nothing but a freeloader with no background. Yin Qingwen is the key to my ascendance. Do you really think you can compete with me? With just a flick of my finger, I could crush you. The old man even suggested I motivate you? Do you think you're worthy?" Lu Di's expression shifted dramatically, his brows knitting tightly together. Zhou Tiancheng let out a cold chuckle, pulling away from Lu Di's ear, his demeanor suddenly warm again. "Ah, Lu brother. We have many days ahead of us to get to know each other." He laughed heartily. "Oh, that hurts." In the next moment, Zhou Tiancheng's visage froze, turning from red to purple. A sound reminiscent of bones cracking echoed from the hand that Lu Di held tightly. "Today, I shall update continuously. I shall retire for now. I implore all my esteemed friends to awaken me with 5-star reviews." 58. Let him feel ashamed. "I apologize, I rarely shake hands with women," Lu Di said with a narrowed-eyed smile, releasing his grip. Zhou Tiancheng staggered back, his face contorted in pain. "You," he exclaimed, his face flushed, on the verge of exploding with anger. "Tiancheng, my friend, as it is your first visit to the estate, allow me to show you around," Ouyang Fengyu said with an enthusiastic smile, extending his arms to pull both Lu Ziming and Zhou Tiancheng closer, leading them away. The old Master Yin observed everything with clarity, shaking his head with a smile. "Ah, the youth of today, so fiery even upon first meeting." Lu Di responded with a calm smile. "Old Master, to speak candidly, I cannot say that I sense much intensity from these young talents, as the disparity in our standings is simply too great. Ha, truly a worthy junior of the Yin family. A bit of youthful arrogance is commendable. Pursue your ambitions boldly, and should trouble arise, I shall lend you my support." Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu wore a serious expression, his brow furrowed. "Tiancheng, you possess a temper too fiery. A moment of impatience can ruin grand plans. Losing your composure in front of the old master serves no benefit to you." Zhou Tiancheng, having regained some composure, bit his lip in silence. Ouyang Fengyu continued, "Gentlemen, I trust you now comprehend what manner of person Lu Di is. Before he arrived at our Yin family, he was merely a laborer, possessing only brute strength. Beyond that, he is devoid of any merit, no power, no connections. He stands no chance of comparison with either of you." Observing the increasingly furious expressions on their faces, Ouyang Fengyu added, "To be frank, I find this fellow quite displeasing. I wish to expel him from the Yin family. And you two would benefit from eliminating a rival in your pursuit of one win. The three of us can undoubtedly form a united front." Two individuals suddenly raised their heads, inquiring, "How shall we unify?" Ouyang Fengyu let out a cold smile, revealing, "You are aware that some elders will soon arrive, and according to tradition, there will be opportunities for speeches at the luncheon, essentially a chance to showcase oneself. At that moment, Brother Ziming, you shall publicly announce Teacher D's concert and opt for my proposal. Of course, I shall not tarnish your reputation. I will also publicly pledge that the concert will guarantee a minimum product sales revenue of 20 billion. Furthermore, I shall add another 200 million to Teacher D's appearance fee. And Brother Tiancheng, I, Ouyang Fengyu, also promise to facilitate your company's third round of financing, ensuring your success. You should boldly disclose your company's listing plans at the luncheon. This way, both of your achievements will certainly astonish everyone present." And what does Lu Di have? A pretty face? Raw strength? It is utterly laughable. Everyone will recognize the disparity between him and us. Brother Tiancheng, even if you struck him a couple of times, what does it matter? It will merely make you appear reckless. In our circle, what truly matters is strength, status, and connections. Once Lu Di loses face before the elder and the esteemed guests, when he has nothing to offer, he will naturally be eliminated, for there will be no one in need of him. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tiancheng seem to be awakened by Ouyang Fengyu's words. Indeed, this is the luncheon of the wealthiest man in Haishur. It is the perfect opportunity to showcase one's capabilities. And isn't the true crushing of Lu Di simply a demonstration of abilities that he cannot hope to match? The two of them, upon receiving a phone call from Old Master Yin, immediately investigated Lu Di. He is merely a part-timer at a restaurant who, by sheer chance, saved Yin Qingwen, which catapulted him to fame. It is somewhat ridiculous, isn't it? A dignified company owner with a net worth of over 100 billion engaging in a contest with such a lowly individual? It is unnecessary. Strength is everything. Let him feel utterly ashamed. Brother Fingyu, I am grateful for your reminder. Zhou Tiansheng chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, if it weren't for you, I might have just given that little waste a punch. That would have been a disgrace of monumental proportions.
Okay, my bad. My bad. I was on mute just now. How's it going? How you doing today? What's going on? God, I was on mute. Oh, wow. Yippee yo. Yippee yay. Wait, is that from Bow Wow's Bow Wow song or Snoop Dogg? Oh, Bow Wow. Oh, it is hot.
Patted Ouyang Fingyu on the shoulder, declaring, we shall proceed as you suggested. Excellent. Ouyang Fingyu nodded and turned to Lu Ziming. What about you, Brother Ziming? Lu Ziming furrowed his brow, expressing concern. If I finalize the proposal with you, will one hold it against me? Brother Ziming, you are unaware. That young lad Lu Di, when he first visited my home, somehow learned a set of arguments that bewildered the old master. The old master has entrusted Wenwen with the responsibility of new product sales, essentially relying on Lu Di. If you assist me in achieving sales while Lu Di accomplishes nothing, then his incompetence will be thoroughly exposed. At that point, he will no longer receive the old master's attention, and your opportunities to approach Wenwen will only increase. Ouyang Fingyu remarked with a cold smile. I see now. Lu Ziming suddenly raised his head, realizing why that young man had persistently questioned his esteemed teacher. He was evidently afraid, previously intimidated by Lu Di's commanding presence. Lu Ziming now experienced a moment of clarity. He had thought that the young man had some incriminating evidence against him, but it turned out he was merely a worthless individual who belittled what he could not attain. The three returned to the pavilion, donning composed smiles. Haha, Brother Lu. I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. Zhou Tiansheng chuckled. You, being a benefactor of the Yin family and driving for them, deserve our utmost respect as members of the Yin family's social circle. We must treat you with the courtesy you merit. His words were meticulously crafted, subtly asserting Lu Di's lower status, while concurrently emphasizing his own prestigious lineage, all while feigning an apology. The courtesy of a few debauched youths is hardly necessary. Lu Di responded with an indifferent smile. You. Zhou Tiansheng trembled with indignation once more. Sir, I have just received a call stating that Miss Nan has unexpectedly arrived. A Fu, standing beside the elder Yin, bowed and announced. Miss Nan? Which Miss Nan? Elder Yin inquired, tilting his head, clearly taken aback by this unanticipated visit. From Kyoto, it is the daughter of Lord Nan Ruai. Upon hearing a Fu's words, Yin Hongxin's eyes widened in astonishment, and the others present were equally taken aback. Nan Tianai, a figure known throughout Huaxia, a senior official in the National Academy, the Minister of Finance, wielding immense power over the nation's finances. A single stamp of his foot could send tremors through Huaxia. Moreover, his three children are all paragons of excellence in their respective fields. His eldest son, Nan Ningjie, has made remarkable strides in politics. Serving as the mayor of Hangzhou at the tender age of 36, one of the youngest municipal officials in Huaxia, his future is boundless. The second son, Nan Mingde, is a renowned scientist celebrated internationally. 6 years ago, he developed a patented solar photovoltaic technology, and his company, Juning Technology Group, has already secured a position among the Fortune 500. The youngest, Nan Ruai, is lauded as the most beautiful genius, gifted and talented in music, chess, literature, and painting from a young age. She is also charming and adored by her father, Nan Tianhai. Unlike her brothers, she prefers to remain out of the limelight. After graduation, she ventured alone to Haishur to manage an antique business, reportedly amassing an astronomical collection of valuable antiquities within just a few years due to her discerning eye. A father of notable stature, with 3 children excelling in diverse fields. The Nan family of Kyoto commands unparalleled respect in both political and business circles. No one is unaware of their might, nor dares to show them disrespect. In terms of strength, the Kyoto Nan family could effortlessly consume 10 Yin families. Afu, are you certain that Miss Nan has arrived? Elder Yin asked excitedly. Sir, Miss Nan conveyed that the esteemed General Heishan and Chief Duan, who were close friends of her father, will be visiting shortly. Since it is inconvenient for Lord Nan to leave the capital, she especially arranged to pay her respects to you and the 2 elders. I see. Old Master Yin nodded slowly, and as he spoke, a remarkably understated Audi sedan rolled into the Yin family estate. The usually unflappable old Master Yin's expression tightened. He rose promptly to greet the arrival. Miss Nan from Kyoto, he remarked, observing the retreating figure of old Master Yin. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing were at a loss. Brother Fengyu, how did Miss Nan arrive? We were unaware of this. With her presence, will our modest assets not become a laughingstock? I have heard that in the Nan family, Miss Nan is the treasured jewel, indulged by both her elder brothers and even the patriarch Nan himself. Fear not. Ouyang Fengyu's eyes sparkled with fervor. This is a golden opportunity. Given Miss Nan's esteemed status, she is unlikely to impose excessive demands upon us. Furthermore, her arrival presents us with the perfect chance to showcase our capabilities. Should we earn her favor, we might well ascend to the lofty branches of the Nan family tree. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing nodded in agreement. Humph, Ouyang Fengyu remarked, casting a glance at the idle Lu Di. We must make full use of Lu Di as our stepping stone today. Come, let us receive Miss Nan and present our finest demeanor. The Audi sedan came to a gentle halt. The driver, adorned with white gloves, promptly exited and opened the left rear door. In the next moment, a long, pristine leg emerged from the slit of a black cheap owl, gracefully stepping out of the vehicle.
Something.
The high-heeled
Thank you so much
shoes
for
she
the
wore,
follow.
embellished with
Really
matte diamonds,
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
radiated a subtle yet resplendent glow. The mere sight of that elegantly extended leg left all the men present momentarily entranced. As she stepped forth, a smile graced her lips, revealing an exquisitely perfect figure, rivaling the world's top models. Her silky long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her face adorned with a light touch of makeup, accentuated by a striking shade of crimson on her lips, embodying both elegance and breathtaking beauty. Ouyang Fengyu and his companions felt their hearts race. Such a woman, with a background that was simply extraordinary and possessing unparalleled beauty, was undoubtedly the epitome of every man's dreams. Uncle Yin, greetings. I hope my uninvited presence does not impose. She spoke, her voice melodious and captivating. Haha, Miss Nan, you flatter us. Your esteemed visit brings great honor to our humble abode. Old Master Yin slightly bowed. Uncle Yin, may I inquire if Uncle Heishan and Uncle Duan have arrived? Nan Ruai asked gently. Ah, they are likely still en route. Miss Nan, allow me to introduce you to some of the young gentlemen present today. Old Master Yin chuckled. Please, call me Ruai. This is my nephew Lu Ziming. And this is my nephew Zhou Tianqing. Greetings, Miss Nan. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing exclaimed, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle in their astonishment. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu maintained an air of elegance, silently scoffing at Lu and Zhou, deeming them unworthy. Subsequently, Ouyang Fengyu tidied his hair, extended his hands, and stepped forward with a smile, saying, Miss Nan, hello, I am Ouyang. However, he noticed that Nan Ruoi's hands remained motionless. She merely glanced at each person, offering a polite smile. Ouyang Fengyu awkwardly retracted his hands, his lips twitching slightly. It was hardly surprising, given Miss Nan's status and her femininity. Her delicate hands were not to be casually touched. Following this, Old Master Yin introduced the 4 daughters of the Yin family, to which Nan Ruai responded with a smile and nod to each. Suddenly, that exquisitely elegant smile on her face froze in place, for she had spotted a familiar figure. A white shirt, denim jeans, and a somewhat enchanting purple prosthetic eye. It was Mr. Dier. Her slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and a thunderous sound echoed in Nan Ruai's heart. The leather handbag in her grasp slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground. I am Lu Di, the brother of Di. That silhouette seemed to emerge from darkness into light. As he approached, he smiled gently. Nan Ruai's body stiffened. This was indeed Mr. Dier. Had he used his real name? Gazing at Lu Di's unblemished smile, a whirlwind of thoughts swirled in Nan Ruai's mind. How astute she was. Mr. Dier undoubtedly wished to keep his identity concealed. Countless words halted at her lips, and she slightly nodded, saying, "Hello, sir." Very well. Lu Di replied with a slight nod, his lips curling into a smile as he regarded the stunning girl before him. Nan Ruai, the daughter of Nan Tianhai, the third young lady of the Nan family, a celestial beauty admired and cherished by countless individuals. She was the apple of old Master Nan Tianhai's eye and the beloved little sister in the eyes of the two young masters of the Nan family. However, no one could have anticipated that she was, in fact, the true underworld leader of Haishur, the Black Fox. For years, she had stood behind the puppet Black Fox as a maid. She was the genuine Black Fox, the leader of the Black Fox gang, commanding thousands of henchmen, owning numerous casinos and bars, controlling the underground bounty market, and involved in every illicit business in Haishur. Indeed, the Nan family in Kyoto was home to prodigies, each more extraordinary than the last. And this third young lady, Nan Ruai, was perhaps a genius beyond measure. To outsiders, she appeared to possess a serene and aloof demeanor. Yet, in truth, her heart harbored a rebellious spirit. Her venture into Haishur for business was merely a fade. 6 years ago, with her remarkable intellect, she single-handedly established the Black Fox gang. Ever since, she had maintained a behind-the-scenes identity, expanding the gang's influence and ultimately dominating the underworld of Haishur. No one in the underworld knew she was Miss Nan, and no one in the Nan family realized she was the Black Fox. Such an extraordinary woman. In Nan Ruai's eyes, all of this was merely a game, shedding the identity of a demure girl and indulging in a liberating escapade. Transforming into a member of the underworld, she embraced a life unbound by restrictions, capable of being ruthless yet gallant, and expanding her territory. How delightful! Nan Ruai had always reveled in this existence. However, everything changed the moment she encountered Lu Di. That man in white appeared before her like a deity. With a casual flick, she shattered everything and effortlessly revealed each of her secrets. An absolute domination. Nan Ruai once believed that no one could conquer her in this world. However, that thought ultimately dissipated in the instant she met Lu Di. At that moment, everything within the Yin family manor transformed into mere illusion in Nan Ruai's eyes. In her line of sight, only the grinning man in white remained, as if he embodied everything. Miss Nan, are you all right?" Ouyang Fengyu gently called out. For reasons unknown, Nan Ruai had been lost in thought for a full 2 minutes. "Miss Nan, would you like to accompany me to the pavilion for a moment's respite and perhaps a glass of water?" Ouyang Fengyu inquired once more. Nan Ruai simply shook her head and replied, "No need. I shall remain with Mr. Lu Di." At the center of the banquet, Miss Nan, Lu Di is not a member of the Yin family. He is merely a driver for them. LV Zimming said with a soft laugh. No one would ever consider Lu Di to have any connection with the young lady of the Nan family. It seemed that Miss Nan only regarded Lu Di as a guest of the Yin family. Nan Ruai murmured softly, her gaze shifting towards Lu Di. She observed him wearing an indifferent expression as he strolled a few paces away, pulled out a cigarette, and leaned against a tree to smoke. A hint of disappointment flickered in Nan Ruai's heart. It appeared that he was reluctant to allow her any overt displays of affection. Subsequently, she sighed and nodded, saying, "Then Ruai shall follow the host's wishes." "That is well." Ouyang Fengyu responded with a broad smile. Just as everyone was preparing to move, 2 more cars arrived at the Yin family manor. This time, the 2 black sedans were likely the least expensive vehicles in the manor. However, no one dared to underestimate the 2 guests within. The first vehicle was a Hoji sedan, adorned with a white license plate, High A00001, denoting a police vehicle. Following closely was an older model Audi A6, bearing the license plate WJ00003. Those with some knowledge could discern the status of the 2 vehicles merely by their plates. The first belonged to the top official of the High City Police, while the owner of the second, though uncertain, was at least of general rank. The 2 cars came to a gradual halt. a dark-skinned elder with a face like that of an old man, yet remarkably robust in stature, was the first to emerge from the Audi. Immediately after, a man in a Zhongshan suit, approximately 60 years of age with a square face, briskly exited the Hongqi. Old Hey, I finally caught up with you. You need to explain to me what's wrong with my phone. Duan Hua, the leader of the Special Operations Team, hurried forward and patted the shoulder of the formidable Black Mountain general. Black Mountain continued walking with his hands clasped behind his back, not bothering to look back, and disdainfully remarked, Duan Old Ghost, can you not be so reckless? This is not your home. Do you not fear the younger generations will mock you for such antics? Black Old Ghost, if you choose not to compensate for the phone, at least tell me if you found that brat. Duan Hua approached Black Mountain, feigning seriousness. Duan Old Ghost, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions to pilfer my troops and extract intelligence from me. Dream on. Should the outside world hear this dialogue, it would surely be astonishing. Two renowned military figures engaged in a spirited exchange over an inconspicuous individual, akin to elementary school children squabbling. Haha, old Duan, General Heishan, it has been a long time, exclaimed the venerable Yin, laughing heartily as he warmly greeted them from a distance. The two distinguished gentlemen exchanged knowing smiles with Yin. You, the local tycoon, simply delight in creating pointless spectacles, Duan Hua remarked, slightly curling his lip as he observed the grandeur of the Yin estate. Old Duan, after decades of camaraderie among the three of us, how could we not make a proper display? Yin chuckled. Today, we have a distinguished guest. The two generals followed Yin's gesture with curiosity. Is it the daughter of General Nan, Little Nan? They both inquired, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is Miss Nan. Today, the Yin estate truly shines with brilliance and is graced by esteemed company, Yin proclaimed with a flourish. At that moment, Nan Ruai had already approached. Uncle Heshan, Uncle Duan. Ruai sends her regards. She offered a slight bow. My father learned of your gathering in Haishur and kindly sent me to convey his greetings. Ah, splendid, splendid. Boom, General Heishan. Thank you, General Nan, for your thoughtfulness, and thank you to our lovely little Nan. Today brings me immense joy. Please extend my regards to General Nan. I shall personally visit him in Kyoto soon. Duan Hua, equally pleased, looked at Nan Ruai with admiration. Look at our Ruai, truly transformed. You are simply radiant. As you navigate your endeavors in Haishur, should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to reach out to Uncle Duan. There is no need to trouble General Nan. Ouyang Fingyu and others nearby watched with envy. The head of Haishur's security apparatus and a military general, these were individuals of immense power. Miss Nan, indeed, was remarkable, able to engage directly with such illustrious figures at such a young age. Moreover, the respect the two gentlemen showed her was evident. Not far behind a tree, Lu leaned against it, inhaling the last puff of his cigarette, a bittersweet smile upon his lips. If only you knew, esteemed generals, that the exquisite and cultured Miss Nan standing before you is none other than the elusive underground leader of Haishur, the Black Fox. What would your thoughts be? Lu extinguished the cigarette and slowly emerged from behind the tree. Yin, Heishan, and Duan were making their way toward the pavilion. Old Yin, I must say, your estate is truly magnificent, sighed General Heishan. Old Ghost Heishan, let me tell you, Haishur is not only picturesque, but also teeming with talent. As Duan raised his thermos for a sip, he continued, for instance. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment as he fixed his gaze on something beneath the distant tree. A mouthful of tea was expelled. That bank boy. He is a member of the Yin family? Duan's eyes glazed over, and he stepped forward with purpose. Old Duan, what are you doing? Heishan exclaimed in irritation, following Duan Hua's gaze, and his expression momentarily froze. Instinctively, he grasped Duan Hua's arm tightly, demanding, you stop right there. Feeling the iron grip of Heishan, Duan Hua panicked, exclaiming, Old Black, let me go. Heishan, unwilling to back down, retorted, not a chance. Their peculiar behavior left Old Master Yin utterly baffled. Suddenly, Heishan, with a sly smile, addressed Old Master Yin. Old Yin, are there many young people at today's banquet? Do introduce them to me. Subsequently, under the insistence of the two powerful figures, Old Master Yin found himself before a group of young individuals. However, as he introduced the others, the two giants seemed preoccupied. It was only when Lu Di was mentioned that their eyes lit up with fervor. Heishan repeatedly murmured, "Lu Di? What a splendid name. Acts of valor? Excellent. A driver for the Yin family. Wonderful. Seeking to pursue Wun. Marvelous." The crowd was taken aback. What was happening with these two influential figures? Ultimately, while Heishan firmly held on to Duan Hua's arm, he chuckled, "Old Yin, since they are all young, let them converse amongst themselves. The three of us old fellows will go over there to play chess. I have something to discuss with you." "Indeed. I have something to say as well," Duan Hua added. 10 minutes later, old Master Yin sat before the chessboard in a daze. Just moments ago, Heishan and Duan Hua had bombarded him with a barrage of questions, at least dozens, all concerning Lu Di. Old Master Yin cast a puzzled glance at the young people. Some matters were not beyond his keen perception. Ouyang Fingyu and Lu Ziming exchanged glances filled with disdain towards Lu Di, as if ready to declare war at any moment. The young lady from the Nan family frequently glanced at Lu Di, her expression complex. Meanwhile, the two prominent figures continued to probe Lu Di's background relentlessly. It seemed that, inexplicably, the focal point of today's banquet had shifted to Lu Di. "Old Yin, has it been 10 years since we last played chess?" Heishan suddenly inquired. Old Master Yin nodded, somewhat perplexed. Heishan grinned widely. "Then if I win, I shall make a request, which you must not refuse." As the pre-lunch games commenced, a while remained before the luncheon. In the distance, two superlative figures were accompanied by the distinguished daughter of the Nan family. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
In a second, give me a...
Ouyang Fingyu, with a glint of mischief in his eyes,
I didn't
chuckled,
see...
"Ladies
I
and
didn't see
gentlemen, the Yin
the
family
message yet,
estate
because
offers
I'm so
numerous
focused on
recreational activities. We can indulge in some fun to pass the time."
what's, the
Indeed,
dungeon in front of me.
I've long known that Brother
I'll-
Fingyu is a retired archery
I'll check it out
champion.
in a
Why
bit
not
once
head to
I'm
the
finished
archery
here.
range and have him perform for us? Lu Ziming chimed in. Ouyang Fingyu's expression faltered. He instinctively glanced at Lu Di. His face darkening. Well, perhaps it's best to forego
Why
the
did that
performance.
untransform?
Subsequently, Ouyang Fingyu straightened his chest and remarked, "I have heard that Brother Ziming is a renowned equestrian master, while Brother Tianqing is an exceptional marksman. What a fortunate coincidence. At my family's estate, we have not only a dedicated racetrack, but also a shooting range.
I'm not sure how I'm supposed
Why
to
don't we
pronounce that.
engage in a friendly competition?" Upon finishing his statement,
Well,
Ouyang Fingyu
there's no
cast a
problems
musical
on this
glance
end
at Lu
here.
Ziming and Zhou Tianqing. In an instant,
So I'm not
the
sure.
two
I'm
men
not sure what's going on with your
comprehended this intent.
headphones.
Indeed, Brother Fingyu is a splendid facilitator, deliberately creating an opportunity for us to exhibit our skills. The group exchanged glances with Miss Nam Ruan, who had been surprisingly reserved since their meeting, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. "Then it is settled. Let us proceed," Ouyang Fingyu exclaimed with a broad smile, dismissing any dissent and leading everyone onward. At the racetrack, the moment the group laid eyes upon the robust black stallion in the stable, their expressions brightened. What a magnificent steed! Lu Ziming stepped forward from the crowd. Having participated in nearly 100 equestrian competitions, both domestic and international, he had encountered countless fine horses, but had never witnessed one with such exceptional spirit. This was a Baicha iron hoof horse, originally from mountainous regions, with incredibly hard hoofs. To the untrained eye, it may not seem suitable for racing. Yet that perception was a grave underestimation. Only an exceptionally skilled equestrian could unlock its true potential. Only a rider with consummate skill could navigate it deftly across the plains. After his analysis, Lu Ziming stood proudly before the others, brimming with self-satisfaction. It must be acknowledged that this reckless young man possessed considerable expertise in equestrian matters. With just a glance, he could discern the strengths and weaknesses of the horse. Noticing Miss Nan Rua nodding slightly, his pride swelled even further. Even Lu Di was drawn to the magnificent horse, unable to resist stepping forward to gently stroke its coat. "Lu Di, I advise you to exercise caution. This horse has a fiery temperament, and should it kick you, I accept no responsibility." Lu Ziming called out impatiently, his expression rife with disdain. "Aha. Brother Ziming speaks the truth. This horse has been in our estate for some time, yet no one has managed to tame it. It is indeed quite spirited." Ouyang Fingyu laughed heartily as he stepped forward. If Brother Ziming can master this horse, it will undoubtedly showcase his exceptional riding skills. To be honest, I have had the fortune of encountering such horses before, and they are all easily manageable for me. Lu Ziming, brimming with arrogance, gazed at the horse with unwavering confidence. Lu Di smiled faintly and retreated a couple of steps. Then why don't you demonstrate your skills for everyone? Of course, Lu Ziming disregarded Lu Di's suggestion, turning with a smile towards Nan Ruai. It is a rare occasion to have Miss Nan here today. For our first meeting, I shall do my utmost to perform for her. With that, Lu Ziming stretched his limbs and fixed a serious gaze upon the noble steed before him. He gently patted its back and mounted it without any resistance from the proud Baicha Ironhoof horse. The crowd could not help but applaud enthusiastically. Lu Ziming's physique was quite upright, and atop a magnificent steed, he indeed exuded a certain elegance. A gentle smile graced Lu Ziming's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Nan Ruai, who regarded him with a measure of approval.
It requires you to do the cornet.
With a sudden intake of breath, Lu Ziming commanded, "Giddy up." Yet, the atmosphere was
usually you won't
silent,
have
and the horse
enough space to hold them all, so
still.
you gotta go back and forth,
Lu Ziming tightened his grip
and
on
then
the
there's
saddle once
people
more and
there
shouted, "Giddy
who,
up." But still, the horse
you
did
can
not
buy
budge.
the cornet
A hushed
from, but they're
stillness
selling it
enveloped
for
the
like,
crowd. Save for a faint
couple
mocking laugh
thousand,
from Lu Di, who warned,
which
"I
sucks
advise you to dismount
when you don't
within
have the
10
money."
seconds." From the horse, Lu Ziming
I feel like it
retorted
takes
angrily,
longer
"Lu Di,
to do
what do you
than the
know?
other.
This is merely gathering momentum.
the
Just wait." Suddenly, the horse neighed
Nation's
loudly.
fame.
Its front hooves shot up, its body shook violently, and it hurled Lu Ziming off with remarkable force. He landed 3 meters away, tumbling in a most undignified manner. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as Lu Ziming, disheveled, rose with a contorted expression, exclaiming, "Fingyu, what kind of wretched horse is this? It's defective."
Yeah, I
Lu Di
had to
approached
get
slowly, standing
I had to get
confidently before the
max
steed.
rank for them.
It was a Baicha
Or
Iron
rank
Hoof,
6. I
but
had
it
to
was
get
also
rank
a
6 for them
purebred
because
Mongolian warhorse,
I was trying to
born on the vast steppes of
to
Mongolia.
unlock
These
all
horses
of
are
the
known for their fierce temperament
avatars,
and exceptional pride.
and it
Their
took a
lineage
while.
traces back to the
Took
legendary
a while to
Genghis
get
Khan's Mongolian cavalry.
rank 6 for,
Designed for battle,
all the
favored by
areas,
heroes.
all 6
They
areas.
disdain pampering and have little patience for incompetence.
Though I
This
gotta say
spirited creature,
not 6
possessing
areas,
an
5
acute
areas.
awareness,
No,
would never
4
submit
areas
to the
because
mediocre. With a scoff, Lu Di continued. And the
said,
Mongolian warhorse emitted a snort of indignation, seemingly affirming Lu Di's words. Observing the disheveled Lu Ziming,
hold on,
Lu
let
Di
me
sneered,
think.
with your
So
sordid heart
I know
and hollow bravado.
Sandy and
Dare to
Bastet
ride a
are
Mongolian
both
warhorse? What a farce.
connected.
On what
with the
grounds do you
same,
make
is the
such
same,
claims, Lu Di? Lu
the same
Ziming
rep place
retorted,
in
his fury palpable.
in
This horse is clearly untamed and
the
poorly trained.
dunes.
Spare me your
You
nonsense
can get
about
the
heroes.
same.
If you have the ability, try it
You
yourself.
can increase
Let's
those
see if you
2
survive the
fame
fall.
from doing
Seeing Lu
the same
Ziming's
thing.
embarrassment,
And then I
Ouyang
know
Fingyu's
that
expression faltered as well. He frowned and said, "Lu Di, if you claim this horse is meant for heroes, do you dare to call yourself
Wendy
one and give it a try?"
and
Ouyang Fingyu was now at a
Wendy
loss,
and
having inadvertently provided Lu Ziming an opportunity,
Robin, I
only
think it's
to
called. I'm
witness a
not sure.
debacle. He could only hope Lu Di would also falter, since
Yeah,
none
Wendy
could
is
master
a
the
pain.
steed. There was little point in losing face.
That was
over
all.
it.
That was also
Yin
the
Qingwen,
last place that
upon hearing this,
that I
displayed a
got
fleeting concern,
rank
gently
6
shaking
on.
her head at Lu Di,
Reputation
signaling him
rank
to
6
refrain
on
from rash actions.
because it's so
However,
much.
Lu Di merely shook his
It
head
takes so
slightly,
long.
declaring, "There is no need for me to mount it. Bah, so you can only talk big." Zhou Tianqing scoffed derisively. Then, with a calm smile, Lu Di turned his back, hands clasped behind him, and focused intently on the Mongolian warhorse. She ensured the might of the emperor. In the next moment, the proud Mongolian warhorse let out a resounding neigh, its front hoof striking the ground, knees bending as its head gradually lowered majestically. In a manner akin to venerating the mighty god of war, they slowly prostrated themselves before Lu Di. This gesture signified respect for the warrior and submission to the foreman. Lu Di, however, merely smiled serenely.
Honestly,
The clouds
I would
drift
say
through the ages,
it'll
and the
take a
sovereign
while.
stands proud,
If you were to
exuding an aura that howls
farm
like the wind.
the
Having witnessed the gallantry
rare
of countless
or
heroes
extra
who could
rare
rival his
items,
commanding presence, the
it'll
recent
take
spectacle left
way
the onlookers
longer
utterly
than
astonished.
just
Although the
purchasing
warhorse did
the
not gallop,
coronets.
it evoked an inexplicable
the,
sense of shock within their hearts.
But
If one were to assert that the Mongolian steed
then you can go
possessed a
to
spirit that yielded
Bastet
only to the gallop,
to pick
then
up
its act
to
of
buy the
kneeling before
coronets for
Lu Di
like
spoke volumes. The
I'm gonna
steed,
say maybe
under the
2
hero's
to
command,
300.
could only be worshipped by one truly worthy, a son of a true emperor. Who is this man, Lu Di, whose name means younger brother?
Yeah, I find
it is
that's
beyond
the
description.
that's the
Each
cheapest way that I
individual
was
held a
able to
unique
do it.
perspective. In Yin Qingwen's heart, her confusion regarding Lu Di deepened, leaving her lost in a fog of uncertainty. She found herself
Oh
questioning
damn!
what manner of risks. This is a game for the affluent. Boasted a full hectare.
Really? Because when I was doing it, I was able to buy the cornets, even though Bastek wasn't Bastek. Really, because when I was buying all the cornets, I feel like Bastek wasn't in first or second place. I feel like it was in the last place. I don't know. It could be. I could be wrong. It could have been in second place, maybe, but I know for sure that it was not in first place. But I don't know. I'm not sure. You're gonna have to like check just to make sure. But I don't know if it was in second place though. I don't know if it was second place when I got the when I picked up my cornets. Hmm? I hope I'm right too. I wouldn't want to send you on a wild goose chase. Yuvu? I have no idea what this person is saying. It could have been that it's been patched. I hope that's the case. I really wouldn't want to send you out in a wild goose chase. Oh, it is hot. Oh, let me check this these messages on Discord. You're muted. Yeah. Gotta wait to type in chat. I unfollowed to get your attention. Yeah, you got 10 minutes real set. You need some Gil Esper. I'm good on Gil at the moment. I am working on doing the quest to get Asper, because I know once you get rank 3, I think it's rank 3, rank 3 frame, and then you do couple quests related to who is it related to? I can't remember. Finish all the outpost warps. Nice. I finished mine a while back as well. It took me 2 weeks, I think it was. It took me 2 weeks to do it, because the first week I had to wait. I had to wait because I think I'm not 100% sure, but I think it resets every weeks. Like it change up the areas, or whichever way it was that whichever nation controls the areas. So I had to wait for Wendy to control, like certain areas and stuff like that. So I think it took me about 2 weeks to do it. Oof. But yeah, I'm close. I'm close to getting the Asper spell. I'm close to getting it. Because I have to do a two leaf something. I can't remember what it's called. Coming from retail, it was a shop. But yeah, I hadn't played retail in so long that it just, I didn't even know if there was, outpost teleport, outpost warps and stuff like that. It's a home point warp. Uh yeah, see I didn't know that one. Oh, it's what? But recently I've been getting these messages from these mail messages from Final Fantasy 11 posts, like retail messages, and I see that recently they have like this really big update, and it's pretty cool after 20, over 20 years, or like I want to say 22 years. It's been 22 years, and even though they're not like doing a lot of updates, they're still like doing updates and stuff like that. Still doing maintenance and stuff. It's pretty cool. Played for 18 years. I want to say I let's see. I want to say I played for about maybe 10 years. I want to say about 10 years. Yeah. The last the last time I played was around the time where um Goddess of El the something came out. That was the last time I played it, and that was the last expansion pack that they released. Even though they had like a content, they released free content and stuff like that. Mm, damn. Yeah, I honestly I cannot wait until um Horizon actually um up like releases the next content, the next expansion. I cannot wait. I so badly want to play um Blue Mage, like um Blue Mage and Dancer. I enjoyed those two really a lot, but Blue Mage for sure. I really want to get Blue Mage, and I really want to get Scholar as well. Oh my gosh, like Scholar was my second favorite because I was a main white mage, but Scholar was my second favorite. Damn. Yeah, I never understood Corsair, however you're supposed to remember. I never understood that class. I've played it until like level 50, but I never understood it. I never really understood how to like properly play it. Twitter. It's easy, just have to play it a little. Well, I played it till 50. Still didn't understand it then. Uh, Devon, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Um, I played it until 50, and I still couldn't understand. Yeah, now that I'm older and I can think, I can think more better and stuff. Um, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I will be able to understand it better if like I were to play it now. But back when I first played it, when I was younger, I couldn't understand it. Don't use double. Yeah, I remember there was a number that was like if you got that number, it was considered bus. Was it 8? Hmm. Okay. So what number was considered bus? Drill is different. Yeah. Once it officially gets released, I'll definitely have to give it a thorough chance. Yeah, I kind of figured it was an or. You just accidentally, missed a part of it. Oh damn, these shoulders are looking cool. Shoulder pads. Oof. I want to try and get to 40, but I feel like it's taking a while. Hmm. Yeah, I'll have to give it a look up. Hmm. Okay, that's me. Yeah, it like when Horizon eventually releases it, I think they will also keep it the same. It's just that they're gonna adjust all of the classes in a way that it works for level 45 for all the content. Because I know that they want to stay level 45. They want to keep the level at 45. They just want to adjust like all the content for level 45. It made DPS jobs godly. Mm. Oh no, this is okay. This goes here then. Damn. Okay, so it helps get TP faster. That's cool. I didn't know that. I thought it was I know it was a buffer. I knew it was a buffer. Um, but it had much more stronger attacks. I knew it was kind of similar to like um, well, not Bard, but I knew it was a buffer. They just had stronger attacks than Bard. Okay. Let's see. Let me.
Mythmaster Syndrome.
Hello and welcome back to my series Bridging the Gap, where we make functional play guides for new players looking to get into the endgame and take on group content. My name's Myth, and this week we'll be discussing the hybrid support and damage dealer class,
better than
Corsair.
Bard,
Before we start,
and
I
you
would like
can
to say a big
pump
thank you
out
to
a
Dex
lot of
Prozy
damage
for
yourself.
the Azura server. I played with Dex for a few years now, and he's easily one of, if not the best Corsair I've played with. Corsair is not a job that I play often. Dex deserves the credit for any good information, tips, and tricks, as well as a large chunk of the footage for this video. And if there's any bad information, you can make sure to blame me for that. Now let's get into it. Corsair is a unique job that provides buffs in the form of Phantom Roll to the party. I believe it is the most universally applied job as it can fit into any party composition by offering a diverse array of defensive or offensive buffs. A good Corsair can also deal out loads of damage in physical or magical form. If you're new to the endgame and trying to find a class that will get quick invites and can be used often, Corsair is an excellent choice. To be an effective party member as a Corsair, you'll need a Phantom Roll set, a weapon skill set, and a TP set, ideally with some damage taken, because Corsairs tend to be on the squishy side. Once you have the basics down, good sets to add would be various quick draw sets for TP gain and magic damage, and ranged attack sets to do physical damage with a gun. I'll link a guide below with attainable goals to work towards. And as always, remember that best in slot is often an overused phrase, and when considering what gear you should use, have a specific goal in mind, and work around the gear that you have available. Now let's get into job abilities. Phantom Roll is the biggest reason that you will be invited to a party. Corsair is often invited in groups to boost damage output. It does this by applying Phantom Rolls. Some common rolls that boost damage output are Samurai Roll, which gives a store TP bonus, Chaos Roll, which increases attack by a percentage, Miser's Roll grants a save TP effect, Hunter's Roll grants an accuracy bonus, and Wizard's Roll increases magic attack. Other rolls that are common and can be used when it's appropriate are Gallant's Roll, which increases defense, Corsair's Roll, which is the only way to increase Exemplar point gain that's currently available, and Naturalist
Honestly, I
Roll,
don't
which is
remember what
often
year it
used
came
for
out in.
entering content to increase the duration of buffs like
I just know that I started playing it in 2000,
content like
2003, 2004, somewhere around there.
Runs and bad runs. There are plenty of other important roles.
But the exact year that it came out, that
I won't go over every
Corsair came out, I don't remember.
Corsair roles available. My recommendation is to get every single one. There may come a time when you need a buff that you don't expect will ever be useful. You don't want to be the Corsair holding up your Link Shell Aeonic run because you're missing a Phantom Roll. Now that you have an idea of what buffs a Corsair can offer a party, let's talk about how Phantom Roll works. Each Corsair can give 2 rolls at once. After using Phantom Roll, you're able to use the ability Double Up for a short period of time. This is important because each unique roll has a lucky and an unlucky number. You'll roll your initial number with Phantom Roll, then you can try to get a better number by using Double Up. One example of a lucky roll is Samurai's Roll. The lucky number is 2. If you roll a 2 on your initial Phantom Roll, it may be in your best interest to leave it there instead of gambling by further doubling up. Regardless of the roll, an 11 will always give the best results. Keep in mind that if you double up too much, you run the risk of exceeding an 11, which will cause a bust. When you bust, you as the Corsair will receive a negative penalty based on the roll being used. We'll talk about easy ways to remember the lucky numbers for each roll later in the video when we discuss macros and add-ons. If you do end up rolling a little bit too ambitiously, or if you get unlucky and roll 2 6s in a row, don't worry. The merit ability Fold can remove the bust effect. Fold can be used to remove a roll from yourself as well. This is useful because if a roll is applied to yourself and double up is not available, you cannot use the ability again to apply it to party members who may have missed it. Snake Eye is an ability that forces the next double up, phantom roll, or wild card to be a 1. This is best used to roll onto a lucky number or onto an 11. However, if you roll an unlucky number, you can use Snake Eye to roll off of it without the risk of busting. An example of this would be Chaos Roll. If you roll an unlucky number 8, it might be more beneficial to your party to play it safe and use Snake Eye to force a 9. If you don't, you play the 50-50 odds on whether you bust or not. Snake Eye merits also increase the chance of rolling an 11 when starting from 5 or higher. Snake Eye merits can give you an edge when rolling those riskier numbers. Crooked Cards is another ability that can even further buff your party. Crooked Cards gives a 20% increase to your next phantom roll. Use this prior to your main buff. In current content, this ability is often best paired with Chaos Roll. While other rolls like Samurai Roll are very strong, the percentage-based increases to attack will often go a long way in increasing damage and overall performance. Quick Draw is an incredibly diverse job ability that Corsair has access to. Quick Draw can be used multiple ways.
Pumped to get into Black Mage again when I finish this.
Quick Draw can be used to do magic damage and
yeah, it's an enjoyable quest. You can just lay back and blow shit up with.
Monsters that are resistant to magic.
But my only problem
Quick Draw
is
can be used to gain TP quickly.
it takes forever to get a party.
Can also be paired with the Empyrean feat to increase
that's what he does with it.
Of the same elements by 31% for 10 seconds. This is incredibly important in Odyssey Atonement bosses where magic damage is required. Lastly, each Quick Draw provides an additional effect. Light Shot increases the defense down applied by Dia, as well as applying a light-based sleep. That means on every fight where Dia is applied, Light Shot should be used to enhance it. Dark Shot increases the effects of Bio, while also providing a dark-based dispel. Other shots also have less common correlating debuffs that they improve.
I think it's
I'll link the BG with
40, 41, 42. One of those. It's around level 40. Well, it's over level 40.
Firing 3 shots simultaneously when performing a ranged attack. That percentage can be greatly increased by gear, making Triple Shot an excellent way to get TP. A serious Corsair with a good Triple Shot set
if you can find to sound
even when primarily doing melee damage because of its ability to gain a massive amount of TP in just one ranged attack cycle. The last non-SP ability we'll discuss is Random Deal. It is a game-changing ability for Corsair. It randomly selects
once you get up to like level
for each party
30 up,
the ability's timer reset.
We could always try and form up a party.
Abilities, like a warrior's war cry, or help a bard fix songs in a pinch by resetting Nitro. However, it does have a 20-minute base cast time,
we could do that.
So make sure you communicate with your group.
I haven't touched some Black Mage in a while, so I'm down for playing some Black Mage.
Stronger Random Deal. It has a chance to reset SP abilities and all normal job abilities, as well as a chance to grant TP and MP based on the number that you roll. This ability is given better odds by giving you an invisible reroll if the first roll is a 1 or a 2,
damn it.
It's paired with the Corsair Relic feat. A lucky wildcard can mean the difference between winning and losing some high-pressure fights. Make sure you coordinate when it's best used to get the most out of this job ability. Now that we've covered essential job abilities, let's move on to how Corsair
we can all get together.
In general, Corsair uses 3 types of weapons.
We all get together and
guns,
level it up.
daggers.
Just gotta find the
Swords are typically the most
summoners.
common option. With only a few equipment sets and a Kaja sword or a Nagling for Savage Blade, a Corsair can pump out some serious close-range physical damage. When physical slashing damage isn't a good option, guns offer a variety of different damage types that can be just as effective in the right situation. Last Stand is a physical ranged weapon skill that deals piercing damage. This is often the
probably want to get rid of
weapon
these
skill when shooting from range.
I don't think I'm gonna be doing those quests anytime soon.
Strongest magic damage weapon skills. This weapon skill shines in places like Dynamis Divergence or against Aquans in Odyssey Sheol Sea Farms. Hotshot is a hybrid ranged weapon skill that deals fire damage. This weapon skill excels when fighting undead. It can also be useful in fights where there's a weapon skill wall mechanic in play. This allows other party members to use Savage Blade while you can still deal out big chunks of damage. Each of these marksmanship weapon skills can be used at range or up close while meleeing for TP. Last but not least is daggers. Daggers often pair with marksmanship weapons to create high damage skill chains when a Corsair is solo. Dagger weapon skills like Viper Bite can be paired with marksmanship weapon skills like Wildfire and Leaden Salute to create powerful
is that his
dealing tons of magic damage
his
in a
channel
short amount
name?
of time. In
Tall
more niche
Maple?
scenarios like Dynamis Divergence or Omen, Aeolian Edge is an area of effect weapon skill that can deal large amounts of magic damage to
is that
multiple
the character's
monsters at
name?
once. If you choose to do this, however, just make sure you'll survive the encounter by having lots of DT gear or a tank with established enmity. Choosing the right weapon for the right time is as important to Corsair as it is to any heavy DD job. Final Fantasy XI is all about preparation, so don't be afraid to do a little research before going out to new fights. You don't want to be known as the Corsair that Savage Blade skeletons in Odyssey She'll See. Now we'll move on to add-ons that I recommend for this job. Timers is ever important, as rolls need to be reapplied quickly, and this add-on will let you know when they are close to wearing off. Roll Tracker is an add-on that shows you the number that you rolled, what the bonus is, and the chance of busting on your next double up. It also shows you what the lucky and unlucky numbers are for that roll.
Hi everybody, I'm
The
Mabel.
last add-on I'll mention for now is Distance Plus. It shows the distance you are from your current target. This is important information to know when you need to buff 6 players that are all moving at the same time. All of these add-ons that I've mentioned are native to WindowWare. If you prefer to not use add-ons, an alternative method is creating a macro with an echo text line. You can give yourself a reminder of the lucky and unlucky rolls while not spamming the party chat with unnecessary text. Now we'll go into what a Corsair is expected to do prior to entering content, and things to focus on for smooth gameplay between fights. Before entering current content like Odyssey segments or Sortie, it's expected to put up Naturalist roll to let your mages pre-buff. Having these longer duration buffs on entry makes it easier for your party. If you're doing Sortie, Bolter's roll is vital for success. Some high-end Corsairs
I don't see his
roll
recent
set
content, but I'm
as a
pretty
lower
sure he's
elation to
been
ensure that
streaming
when you get to a
recently.
fight, it will be the first roll
Because I'm
is
just
over
seeing
with.
content from last
Make
month.
sure you have a plan to get rid of Bolter's roll on yourself if needed. Party members accidentally aggroing and losing movement speed buffs is pretty common. If this happens, one effective way is to find a nearby monster that is susceptible to light sleep and light shot it. Once the monster is safely slept, you can reapply movement speed to yourself and your party members before continuing on to your destination. Once you're ready to fight, make sure you apply the rolls that your party needs. Being able to do this quickly and not risking negative effects of busting is important to maximize timed content. Once the group is buffed, make sure you light shot after Dia is applied.
Okay, so
to
that's
further
him,
lower
okay.
monster's defense. Once that's done, get ready to live out your swashbuckling dreams. Deal out big chunks of damage
Okay,
by
so I
selecting
added
an appropriate
him.
damage type.
I followed him.
Don't forget to use
So,
quick draw
next
when
time
it's
he's streaming,
available, build TP,
it'll
and
show up on
coordinate
my
random deal and wildcard resets as needed to make sure your party performs
notifications.
as well as it can.
So
Some
I'll be
wonder
able to
fights,
check it
such
out
as
when he
Dynamis Wave
does.
3 bosses may require re-rolling, so don't forget to keep an eye out on those timers. Corsair is a truly versatile and unique job that can fit into every party composition. If you're willing to be flexible in the role and support your party, it is an excellent job to learn how to do endgame content on. That's all for today. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, I only caught a half of what this guy was saying. The other half I didn't really understand, but oh my gosh. It's got a new. Let's check this out.
Do you ever get dressed and just be like, damn, I look good? I did today.
A bullshit? A bullshit.
Welcome back to If You Laugh,
That's
You're Conservative.
Gonna make America great again, right?
We're being harassed over here, sir.
That's the
Harassed by that First Amendment.
Third time I've heard the buzzword today.
They're in my space.
We're on the curb.
And shouting things.
You know, for being the party that wants to defund the police, they sure call them
White
over a
dude
lot.
in his 50s streaming and listening to.
There's nothing wrong with their presence alone. As long as you guys aren't doing anything
Hey,
to intimidate and invoke fear into people.
you know, if that's
argumentative comments.
Does
That's what they
tampon
like,
Tim
that's what they
count as,
like, can't
an
help it.
inflammatory comment?
because I used to in my younger years I used to like rap, but as I got older, I'm more like music like what do you call it? Music, you know, like music like Final Fantasy music, those orchestra type music and stuff like that. And you know, I got it like, you know, I like oldies now, old music from like 80s, 70s and shit as I got older. But, you know, I know a lot of people who are still, you know, they've got gray hair and stuff like that, and they still listen to rap, R&B, reggae and stuff like that, so I can understand it. The only thing I don't like, I used to like it, but as I got older, I stopped really liking a lot of the type of raps where they always talk about, you know, guns and killing people and shooting people up and stuff like that. Like, as I got older, I just got tired of those type of raps.
He's trying not to laugh.
Do you have a boyfriend?
No.
Let's go find you one. Let's go. What's your type of guy? Do you have a
Does every girl want?
Money, of course. Money.
Money. Money. 100%.
What does every man really want?
I think every man they want a good woman. They can make their wife. They could be a good husband too. They could start a family with. Have kids. And they could be a proud.
That's just sad.
Are we saying that 2 + 2, if you say it's 4, that's racist? I mean, that sounds like we may be mischaracterizing. If you can quickly sum it up.
No, that's not mischaracterizing it at all. Math is basically racist under this ideology because it says there is no such thing as an objective reality. So 4 might not be the right number. 2 + 2 might actually equal 5.
To a liberal, everything is racist.
I've had 6 BBLs, 5 boob jobs, a tummy tuck, a gastric sleeve, 6 rounds of liposuction. And are you done? No. He said, how does it make you feel that you spend £40,000 and you still look the way you do?
Bro woke up and chose violence for real. Oh no.
Johnny's mom has 4 children, north, south, and east. What's the name of the 4th child?
Johnny.
No, that's incorrect. It's west.
No, it's Johnny.
No, are you dumb? It's north, south, east. What's the next one?
Or west, if you were talking about a compass.
Yeah, exactly. I'm right and you're wrong. It's west. You get it?
This is what it's like to argue with women, man. Johnny's mother has 4 children. Johnny being one of them, and then she said the other 3. Imagine asking a riddle you don't even understand the answer to.
Oh, you're bending down. Are you sure you aren't going to break a hip? No, my hips are actually in better shape than your hips. You want to tell me why that is? I don't know. Maybe it's because I exercise and you don't.
I smell some purple hair burning because she just got roasted.
Is it disrespectful if your boyfriend likes other girls' bikini pictures?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Disrespectful?
Yeah. Totally disrespectful.
Okay. Do you post bikini pictures?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Is that not disrespectful to him?
Wait, no.
Why is it? Why not?
No, it's not.
Why?
Because it's just different.
What do you mean it's different?
It's just different.
Female logic.
It's okay if other men look at my body, but my boyfriend can't look at other women.
Well, I'm female and he's male, so it's different. Because I'm a woman and he's a man, so it's different.
Run, my man, run!
For real.
You really just should have paid for all our For one, I'm not paying for everybody's food. It's your birthday, cool, but I'm not doing that. It's 18.
Why don't you gotta pay
18 friends. She wants him to pay for 18 friends?
for all y'all food?
Who the hell has so much friends?
18 friends. I'm finna leave you. You staying here with them or you coming with me?
Chick in the black looks like she can eat too.
Are you?
She's trying to explain to me why she thinks women are smarter than guys.
Women are smarter than men, and we live so much longer too, just because we're not stupid. Like, for example, the submarine. There was no women on the submarine.
Well, there's nothing to clean at 13,000 feet at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, that was a violation.
I think my problem is I'm holding a lot of fluid. I can't hardly pee.
Really?
I mean, I don't know what. I mean, you.
What do you mean you don't know? And you think that you're not eating and you're getting
I don't want to get malnourished either.
Do you look like you're malnourished?
You know there's no fishing on this property, right? How about we try mind your business on my mind? Oh, really? Oh, bastard.
He's the bastard. You just tried to push him into the lake, lady.
Hey, what is wrong with you? I like people who follow the goddamn rules on this property. That's what's wrong.
I'll give you 2 guesses who she voted for. Girl harasses Gaston at Disney and is asked to leave. Did you know that there's no Tarzan at the Disney theme parks because women were sexually harassing him all day, every day? I wonder what would have happened if a dude put his hands on a Disney princess. Let's just reverse the roles right there and see if he'd be in handcuffs.
What makes a guy easily unattractive? Not driven. Not driven. Just like when he talks about other chicks.
When he doesn't have a fresh haircut, when he doesn't have style, when he looks like a frog. Like, just come on.
I like how she's out of breath just standing there.
What is the capital of the United States of America? The capital? Springfield. What is...
Oh, at least she's a Simpsons fan, right?
Would you rather have a gay son or a bad daughter?
My daughter.
Why?
Because I was the gay son.
Would you rather have a gay...
What would you guys do to meet Taylor Swift? Craziest thing you would do?
Divorce my husband. Sorry, I love you, but divorce my husband.
Come over here. Just introduce yourself. Right here.
Here's your bill.
Thanks.
I got it. I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need you to pay for my meal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Why is there so many numbers?
That's total. Without tip.
I thought it was your phone numbers. You know what? I'm feeling super traditional today.
Are you?
Yeah.
All right.
You can take it.
Thank you. I'm so honored.
Well, that was a lot.
You can be strong tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
When the numbers are low.
I'll be strong and independent at McDonald's.
Would you like to apologize?
No. She's the greatest player, the female player that ever lived. Then the lady said to me, I don't remember which one, but she said, why did you say woman? Why didn't you just say the greatest, tennis player that ever lived?
For me, tennis and men's tennis and women's tennis are completely almost 2 separate sports. So I'm like, if I were to play Andy Murray, I would lose 6-0, 6-0 in 5 to 6 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, because no, it's true. It's true. It's a completely different sport. The men are a lot faster, and they serve harder, they hit harder. It's just a different game, and I love to play women's tennis.
And finally, an athlete who gets it. That's why we need to ban transgender women from women's sports. That gender pay gap hard at work. It's just a light jog and she is gapping them. Oh, what are you doing tonight? Oh, just out for a light jog, running away from the police. The music is perfect. Y'all, she was wearing flip-flops.
It's kind of funny.
Again, let's just reverse the roles. The dude would be in handcuffs, right?
Excuse me. What's your name? Let me see your badge. Let me see your badge. I will be calling the CEO, and she will not have a job. I assure you, you will not have a job. I am the richest woman in the world, and people treat me like because they don't know who I am. I'm richer than whoever you want to think about. That's great. Cleveland, Ohio, LeBron. You guys know LeBron. I'm richer than LeBron.
You're richer than LeBron and flying commercial. You don't even got your own jet, girl?
I left my boyfriend and I've been traveling for 10 days and I've slept with 22 people in that 10 days. My goal was 20 and I just hit 22 this morning. It's 1 p.m. now here in Paris and I need to check out because I'm going home. I really doubt I'm going to get another one on the board, either on the plane or like on my layover. So I think 22 is where we're going to cap it out. But how did I go?
How did you go? All I can say is mom and dad must be so proud.
I love killing babies. I love it.
You have to give her the word.
I've had like 45 abortions and I'm going to keep having them.
Face of evil, man. I remember the video of that trans woman, you know, a dude that's dressing up like a chick that wants to have a uterus implanted into him so he can have the first trans abortion. That's when you want that Thanos Infinity Glove where you can just snap it away, man.
I don't eat that kind of meat. I haven't really eaten it since I've been here.
You're not gonna fade away. You're gonna be fine.
I still have to eat something.
No. You're eating the food that belongs to the next 4 years ahead of time.
I don't eat that kind of.
What's something in your life you still can't believe happened?
The airplane crash.
Say more. You were in a crash?
No, I fell in love with a man and couldn't have him because I was married. But 2 years later, I got a telephone call. This is Cabin Airlines. Your husband just died in a crash. And so I was able to marry my beloved 3 months later.
Oh my goodness.
Sounds like witchcraft to me.
The only thing is I understand I'm short. I get that. I am pretty short and I'm shorter, you know, but it's just you're short too. So.
A 4'11" woman rejected a 5'9" man for being too short.
That's it.
Okay. And how tall are you?
I'm like 4'11".
Oh my.
She is under 5 feet, but she still wants that 6-footer, boy.
God. Okay, and how tall are you again?
5'9". I know, but you see, like.
See what?
So the height to be considered a dwarf or a little person is 4'10". She is 1 inch off. And she wants someone that's 6 foot?
You can look over your head.
Yeah, but I can't, like, you know, with the. Could be cold. Yeah.
I can't take you on a date?
I don't know. Women, I feel like women like that, freaking, they want to feel like we're children compared to them, and then they want to call other people, you know, guys that want to date younger women,
Who's this?
predators.
I have no idea what this
When they
girl is.
themselves.
They love to reject men, but they don't like to get rejected.
Is it okay if I touch you during our consultation? Absolutely.
Oh gosh.
And my
I hate
pronouns
this.
are she, they, if you are comfortable sharing yours.
Gag.
Any all. Any all.
Any all. My pronouns are shut up.
One thing
My
you missed about your
pronouns are king and handsome.
Don't you worry about it, King. Don't you worry about it. There's better girls out there. She's for everyone. She's for everyone.
And if you want your house clean, hire me a maid. I'm not a slave.
Okay, I agree. I'll hire the maid and I'll marry the maid.
A marriage should be mutually beneficial. You should be in it together. The wife could say, oh, you need to hire a cook. You need to hire a maid. I'm not your servant. But the husband could say you need to hire an electrician, a plumber, a contractor, All these things that men typically do around the house. I don't know. If you're married, how do you get it to work?
Idaho is the first state in the U.S. to ban schools from being able to use people's preferred pronouns. Basically, what that means is that whatever gender it says on your birth certificate, well, that's what teachers are going to call you by. So all the different pronouns such as they, them, theirs, she, her, his, not allowed anymore. All I want to know is, do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing?
What do you think, buddy? When I was in college, I used to substitute teach for gym class at a high school, and we had a Samantha that was Sam, and we had to call her Sam and let her run with the boys and fall behind in the lap times on the mile, just get obliterated in any kind of like push-ups or physical kind of competition. It was a friggin' clown show.
What's the thing that's red and glowing?
Excuse me.
Where at?
What do you want? I gotta have
Red and glowing? What's red and glowing?
You also have a flat tire.
Can you
No, call your husband.
Red and glowing. I don't.
You look like if I was your dad, I'd leave you too.
You look like your OnlyFans is free.
Oh, that's epic.
It's short.
You may have dumped me, but look at me now, and you can't ever have it again.
So, I mean, Tony, do you have any regrets?
Is it on the stream or is it
today?
behind me? Or is it like, where is it at? 'Cause, I have no idea.
I am trigender, which means like a triangle, I have 3 genders.
The caption, try to go to a psychiatrist.
Male, female, and non-binary. And the difference between trigender and gender fluid is that I feel all 3 of these genders at the same time, all the time. It doesn't ever shift or change, or where I feel one gender more strongly than the other, like gender fluid tends to be.
Oh my god, I'm officially divorced! Yes! Oh my god! I'm officially primary custodian of the kids. What about the child support? That's it?
Uh-oh.
Tony, that's crazy.
Turn the cameras off.
Why? Are you kidding me? Not all of this financial burden with my children is on me?
Oh, you were so happy before. You were jumping for joy.
This is up.
My second pimp taught me like how to cook. I'm like, baby, why do I need to learn how to cook? I'm a hoe. He's like, you are a woman first.
The moment Ben Affleck knew J-Lo was for the streets. Y'all, she's got more rings than Michael Jordan.
They went that way.
Okay, male or female?
Neither. They, them.
What?
That's their pronoun.
Okay, so how many were there?
Oh my god, one, you idiot. They're non-binary.
So does non-binary have a hole or a pole? We just need to clarify. I thought it was finished.
So, if you become president, will a woman make the same as a man? And do I get to choose what I do with my body?
I'm not sure what that red short.
You're gonna
That's
make the same
glowing.
if you do as good a job.
Is it this over here?
How women rank each
Or
other's
is it,
attractiveness versus how men
this line right
rank
here?
them.
Where do you think you would fit yourself in this one?
Well, I mean, I don't know, because I feel like personality is a big thing.
The girl who I found most attractive was Jordan. She has a great personality and she's confident.
Dope. 3. Oh, see, I thought this was...
Oh gosh.
3.
The fat girl.
I would say 3. I would say 3 and I'm then 4. 3. I'm not saying you don't have a personality, but I'm like...
You fat.
I was surprised at them placing me at the bottom.
Where do you...
You were surprised?
Surprised. I mean, maybe if they're all black dudes, you would have had a chance. You might
Looks
have
like
ended
a
up at
robot.
3 or 4.
Oh, you're talking about when
You had to give me an
when I was in
option
the
to either
dungeon
get
and
undressed on the
there
street
was
with
a
a bunch
little
of random strange men who aren't trying to force themselves
a
into the
little
women's restroom, or
robot
go into the
looking
women's
thing
restroom
running
full
around
men
with
who
red lights
demand to be in
spinning
there
around.
because
If
they
that's
say
what
that
you're
they're
talking
women.
about,
I'll take my
that's
chances out on the street.
that's a
You know
pet
why? Because
from
the average
one of
man
the
is
other
probably
people
safer
in the
than whatever
team.
freak show is trying to
And
insist
that
that he
pet,
has the
it
right to come in and
basically
watch me
picks up any
undressed.
The
items
same women
from
who say they'd
defeated
rather be alone
foes.
with a bear than a man are saying that men dressed as women should be in their changing rooms, in their bathrooms, in their showers. Make it make sense.
Okay, so if I wanted a high value man, what do
Yeah,
I do?
it's a
Be reincarnated.
it's a little robot that
37 with 2 kids.
that picks up loot for you. So instead of you like going to the dead enemy and you click on it and it shows you the loot and then you gotta press all the loot, it automatically picks it up for you.
You would never cheat on him? Never.
Huh? Wait, what'd you ask?
You would ever cheat on him?
Yeah, I would, but he wouldn't.
Whoa.
What? I think more women need to be in these types of street interviews. It's just revealing some secrets here, man.
You're still wearing your engagement ring, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm gonna give it back to him. Do you want it now?
Sure. I mean, What can I help you
Don't give it back. Well, no, I'm not gonna keep it.
All right.
Here.
Thank you. That's a Bitcoin.
100% guarantee she would not have given it back unless it was televised.
Where you going? Are you single?
No,
Okay.
I'm my boyfriend.
Oh,
Her boyfriend was about 30 feet behind her.
are you single?
No, I'm
Okay.
my boyfriend.
Yeah, you know, he's there. Too embarrassed to be walking with her, but you know.
You think you a boss.
I'm a boss.
But you're not the boss, and since you think you are the boss and you can boss me around and boss up and go behind my back, maybe it's just time for me and you to just separate. Stop. I tell you, stop. Hear me? You know what? Hear me? Stop. Stop. All right. Stop. Come out.
And what do you do?
I'm an entrepreneur.
Okay.
You can't trust entrepreneur anymore. We all know what that means.
Do you have any businesses that you can look out for?
No, just not right now.
You put your coochie online. Why don't you put that on your LinkedIn bio? He directly popped the trans woman's balloon. Oh.
Oh my, bro, was it?
You don't want a woman with a penis? How dare you?
Who is better at communication, men or women?
Women. Women, for sure.
If men are worse at communication, why do so many women expect men to read their body language rather than just be direct?
Oh my God. I don't know.
Are men expected to be mind readers?
Yes.
Is there a difference between what women say that they want in a relationship and what they actually respond to?
Absolutely.
If so, how are women better at communication?
We're not.
But you just said that they were.
I lied.
Can men menstruate?
Yes.
And why do you say yes?
Because I do.
You do.
And I'm a man. So.
I'm not a feminist. I can actually cook.
I'm a feminist. Watch me cook.
Come over and join their team.
Tired of straight white men having the power and everything, you know? And it's like, we as women of color, as like students at this university, like we're very much capable of certain things.
And
We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people.
Where's your body count?
I mean, less than 100.
Is that her dad?
I'm just gonna not say anything. That's all right.
Okay.
Probably
Man.
between 100 and 300.
Oh.
Clearly lying. What about you?
Less than 10. Is it less than 20?
Less than 20.
There you go,
Less than 20.
You believe that?
I mean, I feel good. I ain't even gonna lie. You look like you can pick me up. I've been staring at you. You look real strong. I ain't that strong.
Are you a teenager?
No. I'm 24.
Too old. Expired.
Expired.
Something. Do you need something? Do you need something? Okay, I thought so. Keep it pushing.
Nobody was looking at you any type of way. I don't own the gym, I work here. Yes. And if
That
you're
means
getting
what?
rude, then you can leave.
That means what?
I can call the police and have you trespass right now. Would you like that?
Go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead, let him know.
That's what we'll do. So right now, let's just take your stuff and head up front.
Cut the cameras.
She got trespassed. Love it.
Call up a guy and say you want up tonight.
Oh, I got a good one.
He liked her for 7 years and she friend zoned him. Okay.
Can we hang out whenever you get back?
Now you want to hang out?
No, I do, yeah.
No, absolutely not.
My man.
I'm
My
gonna
man.
go with someone else.
Go.
Oh.
In my day-to-day life, I don't need a man to fix my car. I'll just go to the mechanic.
What is 88 plus 22?
110.
That's incorrect.
Would you rather have a high-profile job for no pay or clean sewers for $100,000 a year?
A high-profile job with no pay.
I am a woman. Of course I know how to do an oil change.
Lady in red. Hello, madam. I want to give you some free cash. Free cash. $5 for you. No catch? Wow.
Today, start working on not touching your face because one main way viruses spread is when you touch your own mouth, nose, or eyes.
Don't leave me. Give me a ride.
You got some money?
Yeah.
How much money you got?
Why do so many women today say they don't need a man?
Because we're independent as hell.
If a man has friends, doesn't want kids, hires a maid, and hires a prostitute, why would a man need a woman?
He can learn one or two things from a woman.
Like what?
Yeah. Love.
Okay, do you think that men are incapable of love without a woman teaching them? Why do women think they're the ones who should define love and emotions?
Because we're more passionate, right? Yeah. We're more passionate.
Where's the evidence of that?
Do you agree that women belong in the kitchen?
Absolutely not. How else will the rest of the house get cleaned?
Do you agree?
We actually don't need it.
What do you mean that we don't need gravity?
What if it was never invented?
Invented by who?
Sir Isaac Newton.
Isaac Newton created gravity?
Oh, what in the hell
She's
is he
so
talking to?
stupid.
Whoever created gravity, someone did, but we don't actually need it.
There was
We
a
could
time
have just all.
There was a time on Earth before gravity existed?
Yes. Who created gravity, babe?
I don't know. God?
Let me ask you a serious question for a second. If your baby mother doesn't want to be with you, why would I?
Now let me ask y'all a serious question. Just follow me. If your baby daddy don't want to take care of his kids, why would I?
I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me tell you how I got this ring.
You were nice until he married you, and then you showed your true colors.
Oh my gosh.
You let him slip it? By accident?
I make too much money to let that shit happen.
How much money do you make? How much money do you make?
$30,000 a year.
How much?
$30,000 a
Ooh.
year.
High roller.
How much money do you make at the end of the year? I make $14,000 a month.
I'm not impressed.
14,000 a month.
I didn't ask you for this, but I told you how much I make a month.
Good for you.
How do you make that money? I sell solar.
Dumb.
So you make 14 grand a month.
So 168,000 a year.
I want to see what you look like under the mask. Like, why are you hiding your face?
I'm hiding my face for the same reason you're wearing makeup.
No ain't no way, boy.
Think about it like this. A man with only one wife, okay, that's good. He's faithful. But a man with 3 women, that's 3 times more faithfulness than the beta with only one wife.
You know, just really, like I said, man.
What's
your body count?
I don't have any.
My body count is 50 to 60 burgers a day.
Document, I have an idea.
Range is fine.
Probably somewhere between 50 to 60.
Wants equality, gets equality, complains about equality.
I just had to drag my AC out of my car to my apartment building. 3 guys passed me. None of them offered to help. None. 0 out of 3. Why? Because you couldn't lift it? You were too scared to lift it? Is that why? Am I intimidating? Am I more masculine than you?
Let me ask you a question.
Go for it.
Would you rather get $5 million or cancer?
What?
What's the cash with the 5 mil?
Straight to your bank account, $5 million or cancer.
What's the cash for cancer?
You get cancer.
Yeah, it's pretty basic.
5 mil, I guess.
Dumb. Dumb.
She tried to cook, but she wasn't in the kitchen.
I lost my virginity really young at like 13, and then by 15 my body count was like 40 or 50.
By 15?
And all the guys were like 5 to 10 years older.
Oh, these are things you should be sharing with your therapist, not on a podcast.
Do you think men prefer a natural body or a BBL?
Natural.
BBL.
Natural.
BBL. BBL.
BBL.
BBL.
BBL.
BBL.
BBL. BBL.
Do you prefer natural bodies or BBL bodies?
Natural.
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 Natural. Natural.
We are very different.
That's all I need to know. Thank you. I don't have time.
No, shut. Please.
Shut.
Let me talk.
You have a good night.
No, but we can be friends.
good
You
night.
don't want to be my friend.
You know, I'm 40 years old. I ain't got time for that bull.
If companies can pay women less, why don't they hire all women?
Well, that's a whole nother story.
Really?
I understand your argument, and I understand that you're angry.
I'm not angry.
I can hear it in your voice.
I'm not
Listen to
angry.
your voice.
I'm hearing my voice and I sound pretty calm.
You have now shifted the quality of your voice, and I thank you for that.
Okay.
And you've just given me a condescending look, and that's another
Dumbass woman.
reason why we need feminism. And now I'm done, and thank you so much.
So if you met an attractive man and y'all had a good conversation.
Thank you. She's in the way. Hey, we're ready for questions.
What's your name?
I'm Key.
And you?
I'm ready.
Why do you think it's appropriate to just run up in our interview mid-conversation?
I ain't gonna lie, they white and I don't give a fuck.
I
never gave
Are you just looking for attention?
No, never. I never gave a fuck. We want to be funny. Come up in the video.
But if I'm in the middle of a conversation with two people.
I'm sorry, y'all. He feel disrespect down below. What? So what's the problem now? What's the problem now? We are girls.
That wig color is appropriate because she is a clown.
We are girls, aren't we? Anywho, what's next?
You know, when they say black people can't be racist, they haven't heard the new Kanye West song yet.
Fine. She's minding hers.
Oh my God, Tor!
Feminism in a nutshell.
Oh, he lifted me.
No, let go of me. I can do it myself.
Okay, let go.
It just makes you a dumbass hoe.
Me?
Yeah, you.
How's that make me that?
What do you mean?
Why does it make me that for not kissing you?
Because anyone here would.
Really?
Yeah, I bet. Watch this.
All right, go get a guy. Prove it to me.
Okay, wait. Watch this. Wait, kiss me
We ain't no simps. Stay strong, my brothers.
What would you rate this guy on a scale of 1 through 10?
Oh my god.
A 3.
Oh, damn. Word.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
not really my type.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. What would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 through 10?
A 10.
You think other people agree with that?
I don't care what other people think. Confidence is key. Period.
Hey, bro. What would you rate this girl on a scale of 1 through 10?
What the fuck? That look like a fucking lizard, man. She a 0, I ain't gonna lie.
True or false? Only women get pregnant.
True.
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 Very true.
Absolutely true.
True or false? Only women get pregnant.
False. False. Because there are trans people that exist, and trans men can also be pregnant as well.
False. And what are your pronouns?
They, them.
That I would just love oversimplifications.
I'm standing on the train, and look at all these men. What happened to giving up your seat for women? No man offered you
Equality.
a seat.
That's what
Are you going to
happened.
get up?
What?
Are you going to get up?
Are you pregnant?
No.
Are you for equality?
Yes.
Then fuck off.
No respect.
So what would you call it if my daddy issues have caused my entire life to revolve around getting attention from guys?
I believe the woke term is trauma, but the medical term is called being a whore.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, I knew he was gay. I didn't think he was that gay.
No, Peter, he's not gay. He's a woman stuck in a man's body.
Yeah, gay.
It's totally different.
Sounds the same.
Well, it's not.
Okay, so he wants to be a woman so he can be a lesbian?
No, he date men.
Gay.
So how many guys have you been with in one night before?
Like 8.
Are you fucking serious? I never fucking knew you about this. When was this? What the fuck?
It was like at a party like a month ago.
A month ago?
Serious?
You were there.
No, I wasn't.
You drove me there.
You didn't know about this?
No. What the fuck?
You guys are dating?
Yeah.
Matt, you were there.
I was not there.
You were there.
You fucking did that night?
How tall does a guy have to be to date you?
6'3". 6'5".
Okay, so how tall are you?
I'm 5'5".
Okay.
5'7".
So how tall do you think I am?
5'5".
And how tall are you again?
5'5".
I do not have to have a driver's license to drive a car. I am not, this is not a commercial vehicle.
Okay.
I know my rights.
Okay. You're under arrest.
You know, this morning he really pissed me off. You know what he did?
What?
He opened the door for another girl.
She was in a wheelchair.
Hi, my name is Erin. I use she, her pronouns, and I am this.
Would you tell me, please, who is the boss of your house? I'm the boss. What do you think? You're his wife, are you?
Come on, what do you say?
I said, who is the boss? Who is the boss?
My husband.
What is your nationality? Greek. I'm Greek. Is it always that way in Greek households? The husband is the boss? Yes.
Can we go to
Don't
the
the
gas
women, the
station?
wives, have anything to say about?
Can we go to the gas station?
Say you had a man and you said, hey, when you go to escape, I would like you to dress modestly. What would you say to that?
Sorry, honey, we're breaking up.
Same.
No man is ever gonna tell me what to do, how to dress, how to talk, nothing.
Feminism, how it has ruined women.
What would you do if I couldn't cook?
Get you some cooking classes and call your mother and say you failed.
Any conspiracy theories that you've heard, like, or seen on the internet that you think that could be true?
That goes on you.
If you're homeless, just buy a house.
If you saved $1 a day for a year, do you know how much money you'd have? Roughly $30,000. If you go to a restaurant and you're like, oh, what am I going to eat for dinner? Like, that's the wrong mindset. You should be thinking, how can I buy this?
Day-to-day life, I don't need a man to fix my car.
You're a feminist?
Yeah.
What is the difference between a feminist and a knife?
What sort of a comparison is that? I don't understand.
Should I tell you to answer?
Yeah.
At least a knife has a point.
You didn't need to stop for that.
He never does.
She don't need no man.
Recharger. That's all you do. Recharger without me and you're fine.
You did not need to stop for
Bet she chose the bear too.
What were some of the things you were told about men while growing up?
Don't trust them.
Do you prefer a man who is a gentleman or a bad boy?
Bad boy.
Yes,
we do not appreciate being filmed for this.
Oh, he's not filmed. He identifies the camera. we just kind of, I'm glad it's funny to you.
It's just very confusing.
I'm a feminist, and I don't hate men.
You are a self-described feminist. What is a woman?
Why do you want to know?
I'm infinitely curious.
What's a man?
You're looking at one.
I have one question.
Okay.
So, would you eat meat for $1 million?
No, I would not, because I am a vegan and I am proud to be vegan. And I already have $1 million. So.
You're gay, right?
Yes, I'm gay.
So, would you eat my meat for $1 million?
You're done.
Why are you against Trump?
Because he's an evil dictator.
What do you think his most evil characteristics are?
He's a capitalist.
Okay, so are you a socialist?
Capitalist?
I'm a communist.
Communist? Okay. Where has communism worked?
It's kind of worked in America in a way back in the day. No?
Definitely very into Asian men.
What race do you think?
White to Asian, maybe?
I'm Asian.
Oh.
Yeah. Can we hug?
Sure.
Okay. Oh.
What's the difference between a baby and a feminist?
What?
At some point, a baby will grow up and stop crying.
Decent.
Guys, look at all this money my girlfriend made just from selling fans.
Only.
That's it. Only fans. That's all she's.
No, only fans.
That's it. All she sold was fans, and she made this much money.
You're a bit cute. Can you give me a number?
You have a boyfriend.
Mikey, got some news. Tiffany's no longer my girlfriend.
Thank God, dude. That woman was the craziest person I've ever met.
Oh, hold up. She's actually, we're engaged now. She's my fiance. She's no longer my girlfriend. She's my fiance.
Oh, Mike.
I am so sorry that she's your fiance. Bye.
Oh my God.
Mikey.
Being in the army is worse than being on OnlyFans.
Wow.
You're selling your body to the government.
Except on OnlyFans, you're not guaranteed to even make any money. At least in the army, you're getting paid, you're getting benefits.
Why do you wear suits everywhere? Every place you wear a suit.
Why do you wear that hair everywhere?
Different hairstyles.
Yeah, but it's still not your hair. Did I think I
Put in a pack. He's dead.
I can hear that silence. It's pretty deafening.
Buddy, he pooped his pants.
Can't even deny it.
How many genders are there?
I feel like there's two, because like transgender.
No, stop.
Yeah, but I feel like you either switch from a boy to a girl.
No,
like,
stop.
you can switch back and forth.
Stop. I feel like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to be, it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, but I feel like they switch back and forth. Like,
Yeah, but like, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's like, you can be anything you want to be. It doesn't matter. Come on, stop.
Wait, I'm sorry.
18% of 100.
Are you sure this is general knowledge? This is a lot.
This is very simple math.
Wait, let me think. 18% of 100.
Yeah.
70. No. Okay, 82.
Very wrong.
2 + 2 = 4. Agree or disagree?
I mean, it depends on what the 2 is. Is it a pregnant mom? Is it 2 pregnant dads? Because that's more. Everything is not as simple.
I mean like math.
Just like 2 pencils + 2 pencils.
The number 2 + the number 2.
I would say for the most part, yes.
What do you mean for the most part?
Like I said,
What?
there's some variations where, but the thing is, even that is a flawed concept because that pencil is billions of atoms that are vibrating. So we've come to call it one pencil, but it's actually however many atoms vibrating on the same frequency to make this appearance, this optical illusion that this is a pencil.
Did you know that men are going to arrive in heaven 30 minutes earlier than women will?
How?
Bible says it. Revelation chapter 8:1. When he opened the 7th seal, there was silence in heaven for about half an hour. Where you going?
That's okay. That one was funny.
What video made you laugh? Drop a comment down below.
Amadeus,
Don't forget to like
I'm gonna
and
have
subscribe
to,
to Conservative Vibes.
I gotta go to the store real quick. I will, I'm gonna end the stream for now. I will be back on in, I'll be back on later, and I'll be hopping onto Final Fantasy, and we can, try and level up something or do something later. But I gotta go to the store real quick. So I'll hit you up when I'm getting on. I'll talk to you later. Peace.